What up? Hey, my camera's pointed down. That's fun. There we go. I didn't realize that. You can all stare at the floor. Ready? There's the floor. There's too many systems over there on a shelf. Last night, we got a $6 donation to get some 2 liters of soda, and I ran out. We didn't get any Make 7 Up yours, but we did get some soda. I'm here. I'm not feeling so hot tonight, so as a result of that, I thought it'd be an easy no-brainer to finish what we started last night. So tonight we're going to play Circle of the Moon. Last night I went through 3/4 of Circle of the Moon. Push the button there. We'll get back to the main screen. Yeah, finish 3/4 of it. We got to do the underground waterway. We got to do the upper area where Hugh is, and then we got to go beat Dracula. Along the way, I'm sure once I get the rock wing, I will go do item collection at its finest. But until that happens, we got to get through this section first. That's the next item we got to get. Once we get the rock wing, we're pretty much set to go. Under leveled, but for sure, from playing the game last night. I should have leveled up more, but didn't. And that's okay. We'll figure that out. And just hopefully beat the game on Fireball mode, which will unlock Fighter mode. Depending on how fast this goes and how I feel, you know, might start Fighter mode. Because ultimately, that's the point. My big thing in the Castlevania, specifically Circle of the Moon playthrough, is every time I get a cartridge for it or get a new version of it or whatever it is, I always go through, and you see on the side there where it says Magician mode, Fireball, then it'll say Fire mode or Fighter mode, and then underneath that it'll say Thief mode, which ups your luck a whole bunch. I like to unlock everything on the cartridge, so I gotta get through all of it eventually. It won't all be in 1 week, that's for sure, but I will get through it all eventually. But that's where we're at right now. We're at the Abyssal Stairway. We're ready to go with that. This is the view that we're going to watch the game from tonight because this gives you a chance to see everything. For whatever reason, this view, I feel like it's blocking. My camera blocks a great deal of stuff going on. There's enemies, sometimes bosses, other things that you miss the view from that. So we're going to use the full screen for the game there, and we're gonna use this one so you can see the chat, do everything else. This is how we played it last night, so this will be part 2 of that. We're gonna finish this up and get through that. So yeah, again, 3 things we gotta do in the game. Underground waterway, the top part of the castle, and Dracula. That's what we gotta do. Gotta kill Camilla, gotta knock out Hugh, and then gotta fight Dracula, so that's the plan. That's my plan. We're gonna go on autopilot. You're not gonna get a whole lot in the way of commentary and, you know, fresh hot takes on whatever's going on. But we're still here. I'm playing a game. Hopefully you're having a good night. I just don't feel good today. Like, honest to God, like the last couple of months, for whatever reason, I have felt like a walking zombie. Like, I don't get much sleep, and it's really affecting me, so I don't feel very good tonight. But here we are. We step in the water. It cleanses the water. That was the last thing we got in the underground warehouse. And now we can go forth and fight the masses. I'm hoping this area doesn't take too long, even though I'm significantly underleveled. You can see there, I just hit 31. I figured if I could kill Camilla before I hit 35, that would be quite the feat. Although I am going to get a chance to level up quite a bit here because these armors and things actually give quite a bit of experience. There's a lot of enemies in here that give a lot of experience, so hopefully it'll happen. Just through the course of going through and beating the hell out of things, I will definitely level up, so. But that's what we're doing. We are streaming tonight on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Whichever platform you are joined on, thank you very much for hanging out tonight while I don't feel so hot. Appreciate you being here. Almost didn't stream on Facebook today because Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram have been down for most of the day. Which I found hilarious because it seemed that instead of just living without Facebook, everyone turned to Twitter to bitch how they can't live without Facebook. That was really funny to me. You figured out how to multi-platform stream. I did. You know, I should actually just put that in there as a command. I still haven't... I got so much work to do. And I just haven't been doing it. I've just been on streaming. I should work more. Yeah, for whatever reason, since I've come back in the last month and a half, the multi-platform works. Before it was a limitation with my internet, but now the internet doesn't seem to be the problem that it once was. I don't know if Comcast fixed my line. I don't know if, you know, a ghost fixed it. I don't know what's going on. I just know that it works, so... And it works pretty well. From everything I've been told, I try to monitor as best I can here. Like, I've got all the chats open and, you know, all the things that go with it and whatnot, but I've been told that everything's up and running in the right places and everything's good, so you can... Whatever you want to watch on, you are more than welcome to. Multi-platform streaming and a PC upgrade? Wow, see, I just got tore apart right there. That's not good. Yeah, the PC is good and bad all at the same time. I have a problem with my PC, actually, but there's not really much I can do about it, so... Okay, this time I'm gonna try and do better. You know, if I was out of it last night, you remember last night when I kept dying and I kept saying, man, I should really not do this while I'm so tired and fucked up? Well, tonight may actually be more of that. I'm not 100% sure. We'll find out. So the problem I'm having with my PC, and I've talked about it with Snowy, but there's not really been a solution figured out. So like tonight, I got on and I started setting everything up. I went into Facebook and titled the stream. I went into YouTube and titled the stream, which, by the way, YouTube doesn't seem to take it. Like, it's still got last night's title, even though I changed it. I don't know why it doesn't update, but apparently it doesn't want to update, whatever. But then I went to go actually start everything up, and it turns out that my capture card, for whatever reason, the PCIe slots and USB slots and things, they conflict with each other, and it thinks that my capture card is disabled. And so I went through the trouble of setting everything up, and then I had to go back in and set it all up again because I had to reboot my computer in order to get it to recognize my capture card. And I have to do that every day, at least once a day, sometimes twice. It's somewhat annoying. I'll be perfectly honest with you. You want to know what one of my goals has been this whole time? One of my goals this whole time has been to have a system set up where I can just sit down and turn it on and not have to fight with it every day. And after 8 years of streaming, and I have been doing this off and on, I've been doing it pretty non-stop for about, was it 3 or 4 years now? But even back at the beginning, after all the time I've spent streaming, there's never been a time where I can just sit down and turn it on and it's been good. Like, it's always something I have to fight with. Is Nathan Graves a Belmont? The answer to that question is no. And we were talking about this last night extensively. This game takes place during a time frame where there is no Belmont. Basically, after Richter for about 100 years, the Belmonts don't have the whip until Julius comes back for Aria of Sorrow in 1999. So Nathan Graves and Hugh in this game, the guys who are competing for the whip, they're not Belmonts. The guys in Castlevania Bloodlines, Eric Lacarte and John Morris, they're not Belmonts. For 100 years, there are no Belmonts. And during that time, Dracula comes back 3 times. The 3rd time there is a Belmont, but he comes back 3 times and somebody else has to fight him. Necros looked it up last night, and he doesn't even, well, Nathan Graves here doesn't even have the vampire killer. He doesn't have the actual whip. This is the vampire hunter or something like that. It's a different weapon. It's called a different thing. So we were talking about it last night. My whole question is, and what I want to know, is how come we can't get a Castlevania game where they explain what happened to the Belmonts and why they're gone for 100 years? Because no one ever explains that. They talk about the time of the Belmonts, and then there was 100 years of absence. That's what Arya told everyone. They were like, hey, in 1999, Julius comes back and fights Dracula as the first Belmont to do it since Richter. And you're like, okay, that's cool. But you have no idea why they disappeared like that. I mean, even a simple statement like, there were no sons or heirs to the Belmont, or that'd even be a good opportunity, like, during that time, there were no sons to yield the whip, so some, daughter did it. That would be cool, right? Like a female Belmont whipping the shit out of everyone in Dracula's castle? Like, I would take an explanation of anything at this point, and they just seem hell-bent on not giving us one. It's like, where'd they go? I don't know. They're just gone. The other thing about it, too, who's the guy in, the Xbox 360 version? Is he a Belmont? I can't keep all of this straight at this point. There's so much of it, right? Which games are those? I can't even think of the titles of those games. Legacy of Darkness. Is that? No, that's not it. That's the N64 one. Lords of Shadow, that's right, yeah. Who's the guy in that one? Is that a Belmont? Like Sonya Belmont, who's supposed to be the first Belmont, she got retconned? Yeah. The Dreamcast version. There's a bootleg of the Dreamcast version out there, and you can play it. Especially if you still happen to have a Dreamcast. I have too. But yeah, that game, Castlevania, I cannot remember what it was called, the subtitle of it. You can Google it if you want to. Like I said, I feel like a walking zombie right now, so I don't remember things very well. But yeah, she's not the first, now Leon's the first. Leon Belmont was the guy from Lament of Innocence on the PS2. He's the first Belmont. Gabriel Belmont, who basically replaces Leon in the timeline, but also has a dark future ahead of him. Yeah, and I think at this point we can talk about it and, refer to it as spoilers or whatever. I'm gonna talk about it in a spoiler way right now, so you can listen or not listen. Gabriel Belmont becomes Dracula in the Lords of Shadow games in Lords of Shadow 2. He is Dracula. So that's the idea of the first one, or how they retconned it, they changed everything, but those games they've already said are not canon. They're like, oh, those games aren't part of the real story. Like, that's not Simon's timeline. For those who care about Simon's timeline. Spoiler alert, Trevor Belmont becomes Alucard? No, he doesn't. Trevor fights with Alucard. I mean, there is that one time that he attacks you in the castle in Symphony, but that's a different thing. That's a different thing. And then it's really confusing on top of all of that. Oh, is that what it is? In the Lords of Shadow trilogy, Trevor becomes Alucard? Maybe one day I'll go through them. I have them both. I think I have them on Steam. At one point I had them on Xbox, but I don't know what I have anymore. Dude, like, today is not the day. He did get me there. I didn't realize that in the Lords of Shadow trilogy. That's how unimpressive the Lords of Shadow trilogy was to me. I do have them on PC? Okay, good. Like, today is not the day to ask me to recall what's in my 15 million game collection. Today is not the day to ask me that question. Alright, what's today? Today's Monday? Did anything happen today? I went to my favorite sandwich shop today. Got myself a 2-foot sandwich. One, so I could eat 1 foot at the store, and then the second foot was so that I could, eat it later when I got hungry. So I have another sandwich here waiting for me when I get hungry. But yeah, I wish that they, that 3080 you got should play those games at 1000 FPS. Oh, I'm sure they do. That wouldn't surprise me. But it's like Castlevania 64. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, look, I don't, you're not gonna make me play those, right? One day you have to play them. No, dude, don't make me do that. It's gonna be one of those days, right? How we doing on the volume? Everything sound okay? We doing okay? Well, you brought them up. Yeah, I know. Well, now that you've talked about it, we gotta get those done. That's like, hey, look, that's like you saying, look, because we've been talking and playing through Metroid games, I should sit down and show you Federation Force. And right there, that moment right there, you can fuck right off. Cool things are happening this week. I am actually getting really tired of something. Can I share with you guys? I'm getting real tired of something. All right, let me, I need a hat. Okay, I'm gonna ask my wife to make this. All right, my wife has a Cricut machine and she makes like vinyl things and puts them on shirts and hats and stuff like that. I'm gonna have her take a black hat and I'm gonna have her put /S on it. So that every time I go into like sarcasm mode, I change my hat to the hat that says /S, and then you'll know that I'm not... Maybe I'm being funny in an ironic way, but I'm also being sarcastic at the same time. Can I just tell you guys something I'm sick of right now? I'm sick of companies releasing video games. Let me just get that out there. I am so fucking tired of video game companies putting games out. Like, they need to knock it the fuck off. I do not have the time or the money to spend on the ridiculous release schedule that these people think that I should, you know, be neck deep in the middle of. I just don't. I found out today that they re-released the Cotton games. For those of you who are like truly old school and you know what the Cotton games are, they're on the Switch. There's Cotton 1 and Cotton 2 are both remade. It's like that thing you just saw on the screen there. It's a witch who rides a broom and shoots things at people. It plays like Gradius. It's a fantastic game. And I saw it and I was like, damn, I didn't even know that was coming out. I would love to pick that up. And then I looked at it, they're each $17.99. And I'm like, you want me to pay almost $40 for games that are 30 years old? I'm like, first off, it's too expensive. But second off, I can't keep up with this. I can't keep up with this release schedule. Video game companies, as a favor to me, can you hold off releasing shit? I don't have the money for this. I need you to back up. I need you guys to back up for a minute. And so at that point, now that I'm done ranting and raving, I would take off my /S hat and I would put back on my regular Giants hat here. And then we could get back to normal. See what I'm saying? This could be a thing on the channel. What do you think? Good idea? Bad idea? Or I need to get some kind of like animated, like flashing thing on the screen that is like underneath me right now that just keeps flashing. Trisket is joking right now. This is sarcasm. Learn to recognize it. Maybe we could get a graphic. What do you think? Is this a good idea? The only problem with that is I'd have to actually like push the button and remember to put up the graphic. Like I forget to push these buttons all the time.
Seriously, Lana, call Kenny Loggins because you're in the danger zone. From Top Gun.
Right?
Son of a bitch!
I forget to put those on all the time, so I'd have to remember that. I'm just throwing ideas out there, like stream ideas. But yeah, this week's gonna be a good week. We've got Castlevania out. No, we're playing Castlevania right now. We're also playing through Metroid games. because Metroid 5 comes out on Friday for the first time in 20 years. We're actually going to get part of the mainline story of Metroid continued. My son's birthday is on Saturday? Is that Hoss guy a bot / troll? He followed my channel. Yes, it is a bot. It follows your channel and then immediately unfollows. And there's like 60 Hoss accounts. Yes. And like every 2 or 3 weeks he comes back and then starts following and unfollowing again. But actually it's more often that. It's like every like 4 or 5 days. I'll get another Hoss troll. But yeah, my son's birthday's on Saturday. He bought himself a birthday present. He got he picked up his own copy of Metroid Dread. Don't be armors. Oh god. This ought to suck. Come on, get out of that. Just paid my copy of Dread off this last Thursday. Nice. You pick it up physical or are you doing the did you do the digital? In our house we have one of each. My son did a physical copy and I did a digital copy. Physical, dude. So there are some games that I pick up physical if I think that we're gonna share them between all of us. Like if my daughter's gonna play it, maybe. Or if my son, I think, might want to play it someday. Like I bought Zelda Skyward Sword as a physical cartridge. That way everyone could share it. Because it's a one-player game. No two people are gonna be playing it at the same time. So that doesn't bug me. Same thing with the World Ends With You games. I bought those as physical cartridges because it's not gonna, you know, do anything. But in the case of Metroid, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely gonna be playing it at the same time that he is. So it was like, look, you handle yours, I'll handle mine, and then we'll deal with it that way. So I did digital because it's just easier for me. He did physical because he likes having stuff around. Apparently the game leaked on YouTube and I'm avoiding YouTube like the plague. Yeah, I am very good at avoiding all the things that would piss me off or something like that. Like no spoilers, no nothing. I don't look at reviews. I'm really good about doing that. Like I know I'm gonna play it. I know I'm gonna like it. I don't need somebody else's validation. I don't need that shit in my life. I am not like the average social media user. First off, I don't need to tell everybody every little thing I've done all day long. That's first. And second off, I don't need everyone else to tell me what I think. Because that's what it feels like social media is used for these days, right? Like, I don't know how the people today with YouTube, or not YouTube, Facebook and WhatsApp and Instagram being down. I mean, there's a part of me that was like, how did you people even function today? Like, how do you formulate your own opinion if you don't have somebody else there to tell you? That was my great ironic thought for the day. Oh, by the way, we're at Camilla. We've made it all the way through the underground area. We're here. Yeah, so for me, those things don't bug me. I watch things like, you know, intellectual lectures on YouTube. I don't watch gameplay or leaks or reviews and things like that. I just don't. And it's something I'm trying to teach people, okay? For those of you who have ever watched my stream, for those of you who have been here for a minute or two, remember the times, have seen the things. Like, at the end of the day, as much as I love playing games, and I'm doing this for me in a way, and I am sharing it with everyone at the same time, but I always tell people, like, if this looked like fun, If this game looked good, go out and get it. Support the people who make good games. Play it yourself. Just because I make a game look easy or I make a game look fun doesn't mean that it necessarily will be. And moreover than that, you know, you should try it for yourself. Make your own opinion known. Do something for yourself. And then we have something to compare it with. Like, I know for a fact that Lich Lord Necros has played this game, okay? I know for a fact that he's played it extensively, okay? But hopefully, as he watches me play it, he's thinking to himself, wow, I've never played it like that, or I don't usually use that summon, or, you know, I play it a different way when I do it. Like, you can get a different perspective on something and enjoy it, or maybe try something new or do something different. Oh, he really likes Fireball mode. I think Thief mode is my favorite. Let's try it out. You know, different strokes for different folks takes on a whole different meaning when you're using it as comparison, not just trying to find out what my opinion of this game is and then trying to supplement that as your own opinion. Play it, make your own decision, make your own opinion, formulate that yourself. That's my big thing. So yeah, the Facebook thing, Facebook being down for 4 hours or like 8 hours today, however long it was. I seriously was thinking that. I said that to somebody earlier. I was like, how did people like function without it today? Because it strikes me as a common thing these days. Look, if Kim Kardashian doesn't tell me how to think, what the fuck would I do with my day? Like, I need some perspective here. Go out and get your own perspective. That's my theory. Come here, have a good time. I'll tell jokes and keep it lighthearted and funny while yelling and screaming at the same time. And then you can play the games that I'm playing to tell me if you enjoy them or not. I think that sort of thing would make me very, very happy. If somebody came to the channel and they said, hey, I watched you play Circle of the Moon, and you said in the middle of your Circle of the Moon playthrough that I should formulate my own opinion. And I want to let you know that I bought it, I played it, and I did. I really enjoyed it. That would make me ecstatically happy. Like, that would be awesome. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, but you never know. You mainly use Facebook for the marketplace? We've used Facebook for the marketplace a lot this year. A lot. I cannot even begin to tell you how much, to be honest. We've picked up Saturns, Dreamcasts, games all over the place. I actually had to stop looking at it because we were going so hard at it. Snowy and I were both like, we were on the road to financial ruin. Look, I'm already on the road to financial ruin because I'm an irresponsible motherfucker. But, like, it was pretty bad for a while. The monitor I got off Marketplace, one of the best deals I've ever gotten. That's awesome. You know what, I'm gonna take a shot at this Camilla. Let's see if this works. What level am I? 33? Let's see if we can do this. Camilla's really not that hard. It's just a matter of my magic will hold out. She tells you that Hugh was easy to convert, and that she wants, you know, bad things to happen to the world. He was more honest with himself. Even my master approves of him, giggle. What have you done to Hugh? You've turned him into the final boss. That's what you did. There you go. Now we got crazy Camilla. As long as I can avoid that lightning at the, you know, the ass end of the skeleton, we should be okay. Ah, this is gonna suck. Ah, see? All I had to do was avoid that. actually pretty close to leveling up. How about I level up one more time? All right, let's get this done. But yeah, I don't understand the world as it is now. I was talking with my wife extensively about that tonight. I don't understand. And there are lots of people that do it. It's almost like psychoses. There's a lot of that out there. The hard thing that we have to remember while we're here on the channel, my grandstanding theory on everything. Are you ready? Games are meant to be played, not looked at. And when I say not looked at, I'm not talking about watching somebody play a game. I'm talking about buying the game, putting it on a shelf, and then not playing it because games should be collected and not played. We can start there. There's your first governing theory of Triscuit Stream. Games are meant to be played, not looked at and collected. Shelf collectors. And I will tell you, I struggle with that. There are some games, like, I'll see a game that's, I don't want to say important for posterity, but like, you know, a big deal game. You know, something that, you know, you should know this game. And then I'll see an outrageous price tag on it, and I'll be like, you know, the collectible value of this game makes it worth that price. And then I have to stop myself and go, it's just a game. You're gonna just play this game. Like Dracula X being between $500 and $1,000 is patently absurd to me. That's fucking crazy time. But if you want to get a real Super Nintendo cartridge of it, welcome to the crazy time. People will be like, well, I mean, there's people out there selling like $25 replicas of it. At some point, you just have to ask yourself, you're like, look, which is more important, playing the game or collecting it? Buy it, yeah, for $1,000. You know what? I'll make you a deal, Snowy. I will take $5 to a casino table in Las Vegas when I go there. And if I turn that $5 into $1,000, I will buy Dracula X. But outside that kind of miraculous luck, nah. Not gonna happen. What am I now, 34? All right, let's get to 35 and then we'll go take on Camilla again. Do I really need to get to 35? I don't think I do. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. We'll go fight her a couple times. Because if we can get that rock wing, then we can just cruise around everything. Seriously, I've only covered 59% of the map. Like, I skipped everything to try and get through this as fast as I could. Which is kind of awesome. But yeah, that's my theory. The freestanding governing theory on everything is, yo, homie, play your stuff. Enjoy it. Use it for stuff. Let's get through this cutscene, and I'm gonna quick save it so that I don't have to do it every time. Because walking in here to this noise every single time would frustrate the hell out of me. She puts out her arms like, what, bitch? What? What? Save it right here. Oh, this ought to be fun. Deal? If I win $1,000 in Las Vegas, it's a deal? Dude, I'm doing terrible again. Why does the fucking... Why does the spellcasting not work like 2/3 of the time? I don't understand. Oh, I'm dead. No, I'm not. She's dead. I won. Bye, Camilla. You're too late. The rite has been prepared. Only the full moon is missing. It's just a matter of time. Before the master has his full power of darkness, your precious master and friend will... die? No, that was you. You died just now. Master! Hugh! I can't quit you! Wait, that's something else. Alright, we got the rock wing, which means... No. We gotta do this. 1K. I have to win a 1K. Here we go. I'm gonna refill. I think the Neo at minus is worth more than that card if you win if I win $1,000. One of our local video game stores, they just get the rarest of cool shit. And that's actually really like the only reason I go on Instagram is every day at noon they put up the stuff they put out every day. And I go, do I need to go up there and get that? No. Okay. Do I need to go up there today and get that? Yes. Okay, I should go. And they actually have a Neo Geo CD system up there right now with copies of games like Polestar, which are amazing, and I really, really want it, but I can't afford that shit. Like, let's be real here. Come on. Oh, yeah, we can cruise anywhere we want to go now. I bet Hugh could make the travel between, Salt Lake and Las Vegas in, like, half an hour with that flying ability he's got right now. Did I level up? I did. I'm 35. Okay. I don't think the trick is learning to fly like that. I think the trick is learning to land. All right, we'll take that first and foremost. Now we can literally go anywhere we want to in the game. About to level up again. That'd be nice. Fighting Hugh is one of those things that it's Johnny on the spot with your casting. If you can land the casts, then you'll survive and be fine. Now you can see up here on the map in the top right, just above where the thing is flashing right now. I missed so much shit over there. that we are now going to go back and take care of a lot of that. All right, I was on another stream earlier. Not like on as a guest or anything, but I was watching another stream, and they were doing like everybody else on Twitch. They were playing the New World, and I went and I looked up the price on the New World, and I thought to myself, should I be like everybody else on Twitch and buy the New World? And then you know what I did? I didn't buy it. All right, thank you. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk about video games today. You don't get to buy that game? Oh, I get to buy whatever game I want. It will kill your card? What card? My video card? It won't kill my video card. I've seen people running it on 3060s that are like... It'll kill my card. That'd be funny. Oh, you're talking about the actual, like, it destroyed video card problems. From my understanding, they fixed that issue. The full version of it's out now, not the beta that killed video cards. Oh yeah, they did brick a bunch of video cards, didn't they? Don't worry, I'm not doing that. Right now, if I'm gonna play a forever game right now, it's gonna be Diablo 2. You think Diablo 2 will kill my video cards? Alright, let's be honest. I'm gonna get Diablo 2 on the Switch, so it won't matter. Is that the right thing to do, by the way? Buy Diablo 2 on the Switch? I mean, besides the moral part, I get that part. Believe me, the mental gymnastics that are going on in my head, you don't want anything to do with that. The full game is killing cards as well? Jesus, man. Didn't Amazon make that game? Are they replacing cards? All right, look, we need to decide this as a community. See, I could have gone up here before and done all of this last time, but it's so much easier when you have the Rockwing. So I was like, fuck it, I don't want to go up here until I can get all of it. Amazon is pointing fingers at the card creators. I guess they're not replacing cards then. Wait, what you're telling me right now is that having Jeff Bezos money will get you to space but won't get you a new video card? It'll get you to space, but won't get you a new video card. All right, I gotta remember that. Great, now I'm cursed. Shit. All right, apparently I already went up there. Now I'm cursed again. I don't even have an item for that, do I? Nope, I don't have any curse, anti-curse. However, this should do it. 100% correct. 100% correct. Jeff Bezos money will get you to space, but won't get you a new video card. All right. We gotta remember that. Welcome to our new segment on the stream. Will Jeff Bezos money get it for you? Our first question today. Will Jeff Bezos money get you your own hippopotamus? The answer to that is yes. He could go and buy an hippopotamus. He could buy most African animals at this point, aminals. He could own himself a giraffe, an alligator, a crocodile, and be able to house it, feed it, and train it with Jeff Bezos money. So the answer to the first question today is, will Jeff Bezos money get you a hippopotamus? The answer is yes. Question number 2, if Jeff Bezos creates a video game that destroys humanity's video cards, does Jeff Bezos money get you a replacement? The answer, no. And of course, lastly, will Jeff Bezos money get you to space? Yes, you will be able to build a rocket, fuel it, find a launch pad for it, pay for all of those things, pay for a crew, pay for the training to be on it, and launch yourself to space with Jeff Bezos money. Thank you for coming to our new segment. Will Jeff Bezos money get that for you? Enjoy the rest of the stream. Will Jeff Bezos money get you a working Sega CD? No, because there are none left. See, I feel like we could do a lot with that segment, right? There's not another thing off to the side there, but there is some stuff up above me. Like the warp, which I never unlocked. We're almost through this section. Wait. Yeah, 44,000 to hit level 40, whatever. What is it? 37. I'm at 36 right now. Okay. That was stupid. Will you cast the... Oh my god. Thank you. 3 tries right there in order to cast a spell. This is not going well. You know, when I was a kid, you know what we used to call that? Like, we call it Jeff Bezos money now or whatever. We used to call that fuck you money when I was a kid. Be like, what's that job get you? You'd be like, well, I mean, it's not fuck you money. That's how we used to say that when I was a child. Has anyone else ever heard that term, or am I just being an old man here? I mean, it's not fuck you money. And the reason we called it that was because if you had that amount of money, you could basically say fuck you to whoever you want, and it would be a thing. Because back then, the world used to be a lot more civil, and as a result of that, you weren't allowed to just say fuck you to whoever you wanted. Now, it seems that everyone can say fuck you to whoever they want, Even without Jeff Bezos money. Fuck you money is good money. That's what I'm saying, right? But now anyone who has a mouth can just say fuck you to whoever they want to. You see why things have gone awry. Things took a turn at some point. I'm not 100% sure when, but it definitely happened. And every now and again, you'll get that person who kind of, you know, picks up their favorite hated millionaire, right? They'll be like, that's not Jeff Bezos money, that's Bill Gates money. Or that's Steve Jobs money. You know, someone, you know, insert your favorite bazillionaire here. But that just used to be fuck you money. Yeah, fuck you money is essentially at whatever level you would look at your boss and go, fuck you, I'm out of here, because you're taking that amount of money, right? That's fuck you money. See, I think the problem with that, I think part of the reason why we don't do that anymore, part of it is because you can just say fuck you to whoever you want at this point, right? That's your first problem. The second problem is I think that there's some people out there who seem to have misinterpreted the amount of money that it takes to be fuck you money. Because, I mean, there are some people I know that you could pay them 15 bucks and buy them a Big Mac, and they would tell their boss to fuck off anyway. Right? So you can't joke about that anymore. You can't tell somebody, yo, man, but is it fuck you money? And they'll be like, let me find out. I'm gonna go tell my boss to fuck off. You know, that's... And then you somewhat feel responsible. Like somehow you put them up to being stupid. You know what I mean? Like there's a whole can of worms I think that people just don't want to get into with fuck you money anymore. So the term has gone away. I think we should bring it back. Even if it does ruin somebody's life, I think we should bring it back just because it's funny. Alright, there's our warp. And we'll come back to the warp in a second. The problem with this warp is that it's not near anything good. That's gonna be my new standard for everything. It's gonna be, I don't know, is it fuck you money? So here's the problem with this area right here. This is the Coliseum, the battle arena. And the battle arena sucks. They take away all your magic, so when you're playing on fireball mode, guess what? You can't hit anything. And you will never be strong enough to succeed in the battle arena while playing in fireball mode. So you have to cheese it. You have to try and get as many magic potions as you can so that you can cast one and then cast one spell before dying. Oh shit. I jumped right into that. How far back am I? Oh, god damn, man, I'm way back. All right, we'll go clear all this again because, you know... Oh my god, cast the spell for the love of God! Here's a question. You can ponder this one amongst yourselves. Does Jeff Bezos play video games? I don't think so, but... I know Bill Gates doesn't. We can't have that conversation. Hey, you wanna know how I know that? Because Bill Gates standing next to an Xbox is like the most unnatural picture I've ever seen in my life. Like, he's looking at the controller, and you damn well know, looking at Bill Gates next to an Xbox, that man has no idea what to do with the controller. Like, he's held them for publicity reasons, but that man has never used one. He has no idea what they do. Maybe it's like a concept he knows, but he's never actually, like, made a joystick create a character movement, you know, that sort of thing. Good old Bill Gates. Those Xbox promos back in the day were so painful to look at. The other one that cracked me up to no end was when he told everyone that the Xbox was unhackable, and it became like this, you know, white whale achievement. All the hackers are gonna go out and hack the Xbox because Bill Gates said it was unhackable. Like, he had no idea the audience he was talking to at the time, you know? This is the most secure and unhackable thing on the planet. He walks off stage. Bill, Mr. Gates, do you know who you're talking to right now? Do you understand the challenge you just issued? Like, have you ever thought that about Windows? Because if you have thought that about Windows, let me tell you, it's not the most secure thing. Right? But did it stop him from doing it? Absolutely not. There's somebody out there. Mr. Gates, yes. I just wanted to thank you. Without you, we would have never gotten Big Team Battle or Halo. He turns to his assistant, because he looks like the kind of guy who has an assistant around him most times, right? He's like, what's Halo? Am I wrong? Is that not the impression you get from Mr. Bill Gates? My favorite person to listen to talk in the game industry is Phil Spencer. He's currently the guy who runs Xbox. And Phil Spencer's, I think he's fantastic to listen to because while he's still a businessman and he's trying to, you know, front the business side of what Xbox is doing. When they ask him, well, what's the last game you played? And he says something like, he says, you know, I got a build of Psychonauts 2 the other day. I saw him on a Twitch show, like a talk show. They had Phil Spencer on, and he was talking. They said, look, they gave me a copy of Psychonauts 2 the other day, but I'm so excited to play the full version. I didn't want to just play a build version of it, so I've been holding off on playing it because I want to be excited and surprised like everybody else is. And when he says that, you know he means it, right? What have you been playing recently? You know, I've been playing a lot of Destiny. Like, he said that at one point, and I believe every time he says that. I believe he doesn't have a lot of time to do it, but I believe that he spends some time doing it. Whereas if Bill Gates were to say that, that'd be the most uncomfortable thing I've ever heard in my life. He's more like your parents who know nothing about video games at the counter at Target Christmas 1996 trying to find out what Mario 64 you asked for is and whether or not they need a new system for it, right? What is this? We already have Super Mario, right? Like, we know we have Super Mario. Yeah, but this is Mario 64. There's a new system and there's a new game. But we already have Mario. No, I know you already have Mario. Yeah, so why do we need another Mario? What do you mean I have to get a new system? And if you think that conversation isn't real, let me tell you how many times I've had it in my career, okay? It is very real. You're like, there's no way somebody can't understand that. Why do you think they changed, like, the best one I've seen? Let me tell you this one. The best one I've seen was when the Wii U came out. When the Wii U came out, this is great. They had us add flyers to the demo unit for the Wii U, and the flyers from Nintendo had 2 columns on them. I wish I had saved one, and all these years later, because they're hilarious. They had 2 columns on them. One of the first column was what the Wii is and what it's capable of doing. And the second column is what the Wii U did and how they were different. And the reason why you had to have these flyers there is because people didn't understand that the Wii U was different. Just because of the name. But I already have a Wii. I don't need to get a Wii U. I'm not kidding you either. Like, that was a real thing. Like, I wish I was full of shit right now. I'm definitely not. We're all savvy gamers. We understand the difference between those things. They did not. And it was something that they had to deal with. I mean, they've dealt with it in the past, but like at the level that they had to deal with it with the Wii, because the original Wii sold so many units to so many people. Like, it was crazy how gangbusters the Wii was. So all of a sudden the Wii U comes out and they just did not understand that there were new games. Plus it did the old things and that's just how that goes. So yeah, imagine that conversation. That's what Bill Gates looks to me like when he's talking about video game systems, as somebody who's only ever held a controller for promotional purposes, right? And it cracks me up to no end. Having that thought. Hopefully that thought will make you laugh too, because I think it's fucking hilarious. There's a part of me that thinks that Jeff Bezos does not play video games. Like, if I had to take a bet on it, I think that's the way I'd put my money. Does Jeff Bezos play video games? The answer is no. I think after I put my no bet down, I think my follow-up question would be, who the fuck cares? But here we are talking about it anyway. Seems like something to pass the time, right? Man, I really should get on Facebook more. These are the kinds of questions that the people on Facebook want to hear, right? Gives their life meaning, lets them have engagement. I'm just saying. It's a theory I have. Maybe I should. And this is 100% why we need the sarcasm hat. I need to be able to put on the /S hat so everyone can understand I'm being sarcastic. Because there's somebody out there right now that wants to like clamor. He's out there clamoring for people to join his video game group. And he might happen by my channel and be like, this guy seems like he needs a place to, talk about video games. But if I was wearing a hat that said /S, he'd get the point, right? Or is that wishful thinking? Like, that's not real. But yeah. I think we could do this all day. I think that we could be like, which famous person is most likely to play a video game? We combine that with the conversation about fuck you money and everything just gets better, right? I think overall we're having a good stream tonight. Like I said, I wasn't really feeling it tonight. I started late and I was thinking to myself, maybe not. But now that we're here and we're talking about this shit, man, how could I not have streamed tonight? What the hell? I really want my cross back. Give me back my cross. We are continuing to collect things. We're gonna triple our stats just walking around doing nothing. What else do we got? We gotta go down one more. That's the ones I'm looking for right there. I'm looking for more HP max and a lot less MP max. I already have tons of MP. There comes a point about level 50 where your magic refills so fast that you can cast basically infinitely. We're not there yet though. Maybe someday soon. Yeah, I didn't go into any of these side tunnels. Like, I couldn't have done a lot in here. Like, there's gonna be a thing at the end that's gonna say, you gotta have the rock wing. It's not gonna say that, but it's gonna look like it. You gotta have the rock wing, or you gotta have this thing, or you gotta have some item. And now that I have everything, I can just, quietly go and collect everything and not worry about it, right? Like right here, I would have had to have the kick boots to get this done. That would be the first point where I could get this, or I can just rock wing it. More life. That's what we're looking for. Make sure that there's nothing else up here, because I don't think there is. We're good. What day is tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday, right? I think tomorrow's the day that Snowy is coming over to play Silent Hill. Is that tomorrow? The games? You can actually come over Tuesday and Wednesday if you want. For sure Tuesday? Okay. Shit. Oh good, it dies fast. I hate when I see those succubus-looking creatures, because those succubus-looking creatures usually take a lot to kill. So yeah, my mom's flight doesn't get in until nighttime. I think she gets off the plane at like 9:30. She's going to sister's house first. You have to take her to my sister's house. She's staying there. All right, up here, there's another one. More HP max. I'm happy about that. Lots of HP max. Have I picked up everything around here? Nope, we still got some up top. What? What? Oh my god, what? Why isn't my sister getting her? Because my sister's not getting her? It is a lot of driving for me, you are correct. My sister likes to pretend that her house isn't an hour and a half away. My sister has something going on that day, apparently. Or something happening. I'm not 100% sure what she's doing at that moment, but there is something going on. No. The one that was even funnier was my mom was like, well, if you want to, what you can do is you can drive out to your sister's house. And I was like, okay. She's like, you could pick up her car because I'm going to be using her car while I'm in town. I said, okay. She said, then bring it back to your house, and then you just have to drive to your house from the airport, and I can drive the rest of the way. And I was like, if I have to make the trip out there to get the car, like, what's the point? Like, it's half a trip slower, one person less, and one set of miles less on one car for me to just take you. Right? That was the grand scheme. Like, I'm trying to save you some effort here. And I'm like, I don't think you know what saving effort means if that's what you think. I wasn't being mean about it. I laughed about it. But it was still, it was like, wait, what? But no, you don't understand. If you go out there and get the car first and then drive back, well, okay, that's out there and back. That's one full trip. And then you have to drive to the airport to pick me up. Okay, that's the same distance. And then I can take the car and drive that whole way back. Okay, so that's the extra trip. Isn't that fun? Math, folks. It's important to know. It's important to understand that if two trains leave a station going opposite directions, one of them at 40 miles an hour and one of them at 60 miles an hour, and the track is 100 miles long, at what point on the track will they intersect? See? You thought you'd never use that in the real world, and here you are doing the math. Yep. God, I'm being an asshole tonight. At least it's amusing. I'm amused. Is anyone else amused? Does nobody give a shit? Okay, cool. Well, that's cool. You think I should do it like I'm 16 years old? Here's my question now. So if I have to do all this driving for my mom for whatever it is that's gonna go on, right? You think I should do it like I'm 16 years old and be like, yo, can I get some gas money? How well do you think that would go over? There's gonna come a moment where that's not gonna fly. You are 42 years old and you just asked me for gas money? Yeah, Mom, you've got like fuck you money. You retired, right? Yeah, okay. Then yeah, what's wrong with asking for some gas money? Can you imagine? Don't know until you ask. 100% of the shots you don't take, you miss. There's a lesson to be learned here, everyone. Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna take that to heart from now on. That's gonna be the lesson of everything. I am gonna start walking up to people and asking them if they could give me fuck you money. And we'll see how well that happens. 100% of the questions you don't ask. The first question I'm gonna ask Snowy on stream tomorrow, I'll be like, yo, dude, can I get some fuck you money? I has no monies right now? Well, then the answer would be no, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't ask. That's what we're embracing here. Someone's gonna stop me on the street and be like, dude, you're peddling, you know, you're panhandling or whatever else. I'll be like, no, I'm not. Me asking for fuck you money and somebody else asking for 10 bucks for a beer, that's not the same thing at all. And then, whoever that is, whether it be a police officer or somebody else silly, whoever it is, I'm gonna look them in the face and I'm gonna be like, look, clearly you don't understand that you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. I'm gonna say it exactly like that. That's how it should be now, right? I don't want to die in here, and I look like I'm gonna die, so let's stop here. Yeah. From now, we need to get that as a graphic. Put that up on the screen. This is Trisket taking 100% of the shots. What level am I? 36. I'm just about 37, so... Whoa, where'd you come from? I figured I would have killed everything down here by now, but I guess not. Whatever, I got him. Yes, everything in that room has been achieved. Okay, let's move on. We've got some rooms below us to go through. Where do we want to go? Down. All right, now that we got wind demons in here, we know that everything has been replaced. Mind high, I need more of those. So what used to be in this hallway was just some weak-ass monsters for the beginning of the game. Now we've got, you know, demons. And those demons are a lot harder to kill, and they've replaced most everything else in the game. So we know that everywhere has the higher enemy table now. Which is supposed to happen after Camilla anyway, I believe. That's where everything gets changed over. Yep, you can see there the forest armors. Those are different than the original axe armors. These guys are harder to kill. But that also means that I have the chance to gain experience in a lot more places. I'm 37 right now, okay. This is where we're going. See that right there? That's a poison armor. That's even worse. We need to go up from here. Right? Is that right? Yeah, there's two doors in here. some other things I gotta clear. Okay, we'll go through there. That would explain why I didn't go through this door the first time. Look, it's just a regular axe armor. He dies by spitting on him now. We're still going up from here. This next section of the game that we have to go through where Hugh is, I hate this part because there's only one save room and you basically have to clobber the whole game to get through that top part. Now, it's nice that we have save states in this version of the game compared to whatever was going on in the old one, but it's still annoying. Look at all the HP things I missed. Currently, I have 410 HP, which is probably like 100 more than I had when I started this whole quest. All right, let's clear out some of this other stuff. That's the way to go. Like, that's the way to the next thing. Oh, I need those too. Potion highs. I need lots of items. I find that the easiest, I mean, of course, this is... All right, I'm about to make the most master of the obvious statement I've made tonight. On the luck mode, the thief mode, basically they drop constantly. And that's my favorite way to farm items. Of course that is. That's, you know, basic simpleton math, and I'm a dipshit. But there's not really a way to really, like, up your luck to the point where that becomes, you know, extremely viable in this mode. Because you would use a spell or something like that to up your luck and maybe some gear, some things like that, but ultimately it doesn't really improve your situation, let's say like being in thief mode. I'm a little frustrated at there's nothing up here. What's up? How's it going, Ad? Okay, we need to clear out a couple of spaces down here for the map completion, and then we are out of this section. Make sure that there's nothing in the walls here. And then we need to go down. And I don't think that you can break into that long hall right there. But we can go back and around, and we need to go straight forward from here. Okay, we're just filling out map percentage right now and looking for power-ups that I skipped. because I now have all the items in the game and I basically just need to go to the last 2 bosses and finish this. We gotta fight Hugh, we gotta fight Dracula, and we're done. If I actually sat down and, like, wasn't collecting everything right now, we could probably get this done in, like, 20 minutes. Alright, maybe not 20 minutes. Might take a little longer than 20 minutes. You're good? How am I? I have been a right asshole bastard all tonight, right? It's been good sarcasm, though, I'll be honest. We've been discussing stream ideas. One of the ideas is that I need to have my wife make a hat. A black hat that just has /S on the front of it. That way every time I'm being sarcastic, you'll know. You're always bored in the morning, so you like watching the stream? Well, I appreciate that. I'm always asleep in the morning myself, but that's just me. It's actually pretty late where I'm at. This morning I was up... Okay, so this morning I was up at... I think I was up at like 10. And then while I was up at 10, I was like, man, maybe I can catch breakfast. Well, I had a meeting at 10:15. And then we were done with it by 10:45. And I was like, maybe I could go to like McDonald's and get breakfast or something. And then I tried to go get breakfast, and apparently they stopped doing that at 10:30. And so I missed it by like 25 minutes. And I was sad. Oh, I hate this hallway. It's 8 a.m. on Tuesday. It is 11:22 p.m. on Monday here. Do I sleep early? Hell no, I sleep way late. We had that problem this week. My mother asked me, she said, Rich, because that's my real name, not Trisket. She said, Rich, can you come pick me up from the airport? It's gonna be late. I'm like, okay, well, when is it? She's like, 9:30. And I'm like, you do realize that I go to bed between like 2 a.m. and like 5 a.m., right? She did not realize that. And then she began to judge me for not getting enough sleep, or getting sleep on a schedule that she approves of. That's what it really came down to. It's not that I get enough sleep or don't get enough sleep, it's that I don't get it when she wants me to get it. I'm 42 years old, and my mother is telling me how to fucking sleep. Any of these break? Nope, none of these break. All right. So we got the long hallway done there. We've got most of this section done. We don't have the Coliseum done. We got to go down into the underground waterway. We got to go down into the original area, and we got to go down into the warehouse. Or we can just go kill Hugh. I need votes. 40, you look so fine. Well, that's because I'm wearing a hat. Although, to be fair, I had this much... I had this much gray hair when I was like 28, so... It is getting worse. You're starting to be able to see it in things like my beard. Like my limited facial hair. I've already been in there. We're going up and around. Okay, I got one more room up here I need to go to. Here you go. This is how you know I'm old. My son, who is my oldest child, I have 2 children. On Saturday, my son will be turning 18 years old. And, much like your disbelief, I don't feel old enough to have an 18-year-old. I is because, well, okay, so I was trying to explain this to someone the other day because people have been calling me old a lot recently, okay? You know what it is? I'm gonna be the living proof of this. Can I tell you that? Something that I am very concerned about in my life is having fun. I'm really good at having fun. That's part of the reason why I started to stream, is because people told me that I'm fun, I should do that sort of thing. But I'm really good at having fun. Like, I was playing, here's the scenario. I was at work, they were having a team building exercise, okay? This team building exercise was playing Quake. Now, I work at a programming company, they do computer programming for things, and the employees, several of them, were like, oh, dude, I remember playing Quake back in the day, because we all used to play Quake when, you know, we were teenagers. You know, depending on how old you are now, a lot of us did. That's where I learned to play Quake. Quake 2, Quake 3. I used to play Quake 3 on the Dreamcast when I was like 18. Okay, so that's how old I am. I was 19, actually. So we're playing Quake. And we're playing Quake, and I am just kicking the shit out of these guys. Like, let's be perfectly honest. Like, I was winning the first couple matches. They got better as they went along, but I was winning like 20-4, 20-6. I would get to 20 before any of them would even get to 10 kills, okay? I was just kicking the snot out of these people. And, you know, to be nice and, you know, fun about what was going on, like, I toned it down. I didn't spend the whole time, like, beating on them. You know, I was being nice about the whole thing. Because it's a team building exercise. Like, I didn't want them to have a really bad experience or no fun because they were constantly losing to me, right? And when they killed me, after the first couple of matches of me tearing them apart, when they would kill me, they'd get really excited about that. They'd be very happy that they killed me. You know, stuff like that. So it was fun, and I think they had a good time playing it. But when we were done, and this is where things kind of took a turn. When we were done, it was actually one of the other guys' birthdays that I work with, right? Is this where the... This is not where the break is. I gotta go down. All right, so we're gonna keep collecting stuff in these rooms. So it was one of his birthdays, and they were all talking about happy birthday, and he was talking about it, and then someone mentioned kind of how old he was, and I had always assumed that I was older than this guy. Oh, I'm sorry, that I was younger than this guy. I always assumed that I was younger than this guy, and it turns out, after everybody talked about it for a few minutes and disclosed the information, I'm the oldest person on this team. So, I'm basically looking at these kids at this point, and I'm like, you just got your ass kicked at a video game by an old man. Because that just did not, like, sit well with me. Like, there was something significantly wrong with this idea. They're like, yeah, you're the old man. And I sent him all a picture of Steve Buscemi that said, hello, fellow kids, because he's like trying to be young and he's not. And that's what I felt like. I mean, it was ridiculous. But to the original point where you say you look like I might be 30-ish, that maybe I'm in my late 20s or something like that. I think the reason that I come off that way is two. So you could put me in a room with anybody that you want to, and you could ask, well, who's the responsible one and who's the irresponsible one? And I'm gonna be sitting in that room with a backwards hat, one of my jerseys on, probably playing my Nintendo Switch, and giving absolutely zero fucks about whatever it is that's happening. Because ultimately, I put off a very youthful, exuberant feeling about wanting to have fun and do things that people half my age don't carry with them anymore. Like, you could always tell who the kids were because they were trying to have fun and they didn't understand responsibility and whatever else it is. I understand all those things, but I ignore them. I don't give a shit. I mean, I care as much as you're supposed to care about things. I understand that, but like, usually when I'm sitting here, I'm actually kind of surprised. I kind of want to do it. I'm just getting a little bit of a headache. Hang on. I'm sitting here with my hat on backwards, with my video game t-shirt for Advance Wars. Like every shirt I wear every day of the week is a video game shirt at this point. And like people just look at me and they assume something about it. And then they find out that I'm the oldest one in the room. So I will be the living proof for the rest of my existence that you are only as young as you feel, not as you look. You are only as young as you feel. And I don't feel like I'm old enough to have an 18-year-old. I don't feel like I'm old enough for a lot of things. And I am living proof of that. That's what I'd like to believe anyway. May not be entirely true, but I'd like to believe that. Yeah, my son is like Old Man River. He's like, we can't do that. We're not allowed to. And I'll be like, why not? We can do whatever the fuck we want. And he's like, we can't do that shit. And I'm like, whatever. Like, I'm the one who acts like that. And he's like, nah. I just don't understand it. I've never understood it. Something else that we've become keenly aware of. I talk about this with my family. I talk about this with some other people too. Like, I don't understand. It seems to me that people these days have given up on either life or having fun or relaxing or whatever else it is. They've given up on that before they've even tried. I think that a lot of people that you look at, I was watching a movie today, it was called The Internship, and this statement applies to this idea. I think that a lot of people create their own stress and don't know how to let go of their own stress and are killing themselves for no reason other than, you know, we just want to be stressed. That's what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be freaking out. We're supposed to be stressed. And because of that, we can't possibly have fun. We can't possibly relax. We can't do any of the things that make us happy because that's not what being, you know, this certain age is. I have to be responsible. I have to do all these things. And you're not being responsible. You're just being miserable. Like, that's my theory. But I was watching this movie, The Internship, right? And there's a bunch of kids working at Google. Then there's the two old guys, which I associate with in a big way, right? But at one point, the old guys ask him, they're like, what are you doing? And they're like, we screwed up. We screwed up this challenge. We're not going to get these jobs. Our lives are over. And they looked at him and they're like, you're 21 years old. Your whole life is still ahead of you. And they're like, no, dude, you don't know what it's like to be 21. They're like, you don't understand what it's like. Our life is over. At the age of 21, I can't understand that. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me at all. My son does that. He's 18 and he's like, well, this is miserable. This is stupid. This is bullshit. And like, before his life has even gotten started, he's almost given up. And it's not just him, it's everybody. It's a lot of people. And because I don't subscribe to that, I think that people definitely mistake how old I am. It takes a long time to let me understand this. I understand. Take your time, ask your questions. So yeah, I think that I mean, seriously, you're looking at 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 20-year-old, 21-year-old kids. Because they still are kids. They don't have a lot of life experience. They haven't learned a lot of things. They haven't done a lot of stuff. But they act like Old Man River, like their life is already over. And I just don't get it. So in the face of how old young people seem to be getting, dude, I look like I'm 14 years old compared to that shit. How about that as a theory? That's why it's real easy to be like, that Trisket guy, 14 years old. Here, I'm slouching tonight, so I'm gonna move the camera down so, you know, you can see more of me slouching. All right, we've cleared this side. We got a couple more we gotta clear above me. But yeah, I think that situation helps. When people look at me and they think that I'm way younger than I am, I think that's why. And I was so mad about that at the beginning of the week. I was walking around and I was like, I am so sick and tired of being called old. Like, it actually upsets me when I get called old. And they were doing that. They were like, yeah, you're the oldest guy on the team. You're all this stuff. And I'm like, well, then you just got your ass kicked at a video game by an old man. Have fun with that. They're like, age before beauty, and I'm like, whatever. You can go first then. I think that's the ultimate point. You are only as old as you feel, and I do not feel old enough for this. Oh, we gotta go up. My bad. Let's go up. I mean, also in fairness, I have been making Facebook jokes all day today because it's been down all day. I was making Facebook jokes on the stream. I was very concerned for everyone else because without, you know, the Facebook people to tell you what to think and how to act, I didn't know how everyone was going to get through the day. I was worried. Instagram is down. Now Kim Kardashian can't tell me how to blend my colors for the fall season. Whatever will I do? I don't know. How many languages do I speak? I speak English. I used to know some Spanish and some French, but I'm gonna be real honest with you. I've forgotten more than I probably ever learned. Oh, here's another thing. Okay, let me add to this. Another thing that makes you old is when you stop learning stuff. If you have stopped learning things and you are just giving out knowledge like you know everything, you have become extremely old. You should continue. I don't care how old you are. If you're 60, if you're 40, if you're 12, you should continue to learn things. Learning things is the language of being young. So, I have not asked you, Ath, what is your native language? I know you say you're not a native English speaker, but what is your native language? Ow. Ow. You're 23? Where are you from? I'm gonna be in shock where you're from. Wait, based on time zone, that puts you in Europe or Africa? And it seems like it's probably going to be a little further east. It might not actually. You might be... My guess is you're either in... an Eastern European country or possibly Russia? Maybe not that far east. Eastern European, Poland, Yugoslavia, what was Yugoslavia? Czechoslovakia, something like that? Romania? No? No, I missed? Okay. Is that too far east? If not that, then I'm going Germany. Saudi Arabia. Oh, wow, I was way off. You're even more further east than I am. I was way off. I can honestly say that I do not know any Arabic phrases. Any Arabic phrases that I might know are incredibly insensitive and totally rude and absolutely ridiculous things that, you know, people say when they're trying to be very rude. That would be the only thing I know in Arabic. You do, it is Arabic, correct? In Saudi Arabia? I gotta get through these people. No, cast a spell. There we go. All right, it's working again. It is Arabic? Okay. Because I like to learn, I will do what I can to learn a few phrases in Arabic. It's not gonna happen tonight, but I will try. Unfortunately, I'm not smart enough to learn the entire language, but I could probably learn a few pieces of it. All right, where's the next section we want to go to? We need to go up. We need to go up. Did I get everything in here? I did. Okay. And above me, there might be a room. What do I want to learn? I don't know. I'll learn some, like, courteous phrases, you know. No, I want to figure it out. I can figure it out. I got this. And then one day I'll just say something and I'll surprise you. You will. You'll be surprised. What's the first thing that comes to your mind when you hear Saudi Arabia? Arabic is the first thing that comes to my mind, and then Mecca is the second thing that comes to my mind. The third thing is oil. That's a very big thing over here. Our connection to Saudi Arabia's oil is talked about at every level of government, on every television show that you can find. They talk about that stuff, so. And again, most of the things that I could say or know or anything like that are usually pretty insensitive because the rhetoric here is pretty bad. All right, so we got the pieces there. That's all done. This is all done over. Nope, there's one thing over there. Damn it, I missed it. All right. I'm just gonna go get that right now before I forget. It's cool you think about good stuff. I always hear about 9/11. Yeah, that's the rhetoric I'm talking about. I'm gonna make a generalization about my country when it comes to generalizations about your country. And I think that we can all understand this generalization. It is very, very hard in my country to separate the actions of a few people from the actions of all people. regardless of who those people are and whatever it is that's going on, we have this problem when it comes to politics. We have this problem when it comes to a lot of things. Religion. We have this problem that there can't be a few good people and then, you know, a few bad people in any group. We generalize them all the same way. Which is why you see a lot of the people saying things like that. I really wish it wasn't that way. Like, again, we were talking about age a few minutes ago, right? And people hear how old I am and they think that I should act a certain way and I should be a certain way and things are a certain way because of my age. And most people don't figure out what age I actually am because I don't fit any of that, you know? It really hurts. I feel sorry what happened. I'm not proud and I disagree with it. Yeah, I mean... I would like to think that most people would feel the same way. You know? When bad things happen, we can all look at bad things and go, this is bad. There are still cultural differences and things that, you know, are going to be different about what goes on, but that's going to happen everywhere, you know? But yeah, I think that ultimately what we have here is we have a problem where everyone gets lumped into the same thing. It doesn't matter about your politics. It doesn't matter about your religion. It doesn't matter about, you know, like people assume certain things, right? Like one of the guys I work with is from Alabama, okay? Now, the instant I say Alabama, even in the United States, amongst our own people, a stereotype comes up where everyone's like, well, he's an inbred hick who doesn't know he's a stupid mother, you know, like, there's all these things that are instantly summoned into your mind for all people in Alabama, and it's just not true. There are some people like that. There's some people like that where I live. You know? I'm not that person. I'd like to think I'm smarter than that. Some days I'm not, and I think that's another thing too, like minute to minute, you can be a different person as well, right? Like you catch me when I'm having a bad day and all of a sudden it's like I'm the worst human being you've ever met in your life, you know, but I'm really not an asshole. You know? And I don't think that people give the human condition enough respect when it comes to those sorts of things. So while you're here, I'm not going to talk to you like that. I'm not going to treat you like that. You're not going to have to worry about that. I may choose not to engage in some of the cultural discourse that goes on with that, but at the same time, you know, you just kind of gotta be with it. It's the same in the working world as well. Corporations expect you to be a machine and perform at the same level as someone else. I think that's the problem, is that the expectation in general. Like anytime you hear the word expectation, it's somebody else's view of what you should be. And every person, I don't care who you are, even if you're like in the same group, right? Like if I could label you as something, the same thing as I would label someone else, you know, that person, that first person to the second person is going to be completely different. Fuck labels, indeed. I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Now, don't get me wrong. If I think that you're full of shit, I'll argue with you about something. Try and help you understand, you know, what it is. But I think that goes back to the other point I was making. The other point I was making is that the language of youth is education. As long as you're still learning something, then you get to feel and look young forever, right? You get to be young. Okay? Does that make sense? As long as you're learning still, you can do that. And the more respect that you show for other people, and the more that you learn that everybody is different that way, the more that you do that, the more learning is going to happen, and the younger you're going to look and feel and be ultimately in the long run. Because again, that's a young people's game. Intolerance is for old people, not for young people. And I call it intolerance for lack of a better term, but that's just how that works. So I appreciate that there's a language barrier and what's going on, Ath, but hopefully hopefully you get the idea of how I think about that. Another thing that I think that I'm a big believer in. I'm really big on this one. I learned this like 20 years ago from my roommate that I used to have. So, oh shit, I died. When was the last time I saved it? God, this is what I get for not paying attention. All right. How far back am I? I'm kind of far back. All right, it's fine. Okay, so I learned this like 20 years ago from a roommate I had. My roommate got involved in a multi-level marketing scheme. I call it a scheme, but it was a business. And he brought a guy over to my house, to my apartment that we shared. And this is a big thing, I believe. Okay, so I want everyone to understand this, and I would really like it if everyone could, you know, maybe practice this. This would be awesome. But he brought this guy over to my house who was part of this job that he got, right? This multi-level marketing scheme. And the whole thing about this job was to recruit other people into the job. So this guy got him into it, and that was all this guy cared about. I had never met this person before. And when the first time I talked to him, he was at my apartment. He was brought over by my roommate. And at that moment, the thing that we had in common was my roommate, okay? So when you first meet somebody for the first time and you're talking to them, people, they tend to talk about the things that they have in common, right? So I expected the first thing to come out of his mouth to be, oh, my roommate's name was Dana. Oh, how do you know Dana? How long have you guys been friends? How long have you been roommates? How long have you guys been here? Oh, where'd you guys meet? You know, because that's the thing that we had in common, was my roommate. And this guy, I remember his name. His name is Chuck. This guy's name, Chuck. He walks up to me and he goes, hi, how much money do you make a year? And I was like, whoa. Like, who the fuck are you and why are you asking me this? Like, get out of my house. Like, I was not happy about him being there, and I was not happy about him asking this. I was also with my girlfriend at the time, who is now my wife. And I was like, yeah, we're not gonna talk about that. He's like, oh, okay. And so he left me, and he went over to my girlfriend at the time, and he went, excuse me, how much money do you make a year? And I was like, dude, you need to get out of my house. Because that's just a bad way to act, right? That's just a shitty way to behave. And so we came up with we call it the Chuck factor. Anybody so this is the Chuck factor. This is why I remember his name. The Chuck factor is a rule for life, okay? And the rule for life is that if somebody comes up to you and the first things that they say to you are not related to the things that you have in common, chances are that they're trying to either sell you something or they're not there for the right reason. That's the Chuck factor. We call it the Chuck factor. And it served me very well. Like, as people talk about, you know, things and people meet people and people do things, like as I've experienced that in my life, I found that that has been a pretty good rule to live by, right? It helps me too. Like, I talk about things that we have in common. Like, the first thing that you're gonna notice about the stream here is that I treat everybody like a gamer. Because you know what we have in common? We're on Twitch watching me play a video game. That's the first thing we have in common. That's who we are, in my mind. Doesn't matter if you're from Saudi Arabia, doesn't matter if you're from Florida, doesn't matter if you're from Utah, doesn't matter if you're from Canada, doesn't matter if you're from Germany. If you're here watching me play a game, chances are you're here because you like video games. We're gamers first. And then everything else goes from there. So you talk about the things that we have in common, and ultimately, like, if you think about this, the reason why people are divisive and the reason why people don't talk about, or they don't have a lot of respect for people, The reason they don't have a lot of respect for people is because they focus on what makes you different. They don't focus on what makes you the same. And that's the thing that I think most people need to understand. We do this a lot in America, and like people will get mad if you're a Republican or a Democrat, or if you support this or you support that. The idea that we're all Americans first does not cross a lot of people's minds. We're Americans. And if you're not an American, right, then we're still people. You're a person the same way I am. You still need water to live. You still gotta eat. You gotta breathe the air the same way. Like, we're still people. Like, you find something that you have in common with somebody else, and then you stick with that until you find that you have something else in common. That's just how I believe things. And I may be wrong, and someday I might get burned on that, and someone's gonna call me an asshole and treat me like shit, or whatever else it is that's gonna go on. That's fine. Somebody's not gonna like that I believe that sort of thing. You know, someone's not gonna like that. But, you know what? It's the best way I can do what I want to do, so I don't know how else to do that. None of us need to know how much you make per year, maybe how many games you can play in a year. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, my list is getting a lot longer than it was before. I've been finishing games right and left recently, so... I'm gonna finish this one tonight, even though I've already finished this one like 3 times this year. I'm still gonna finish this one tonight. All right, where do we need to go from here? We need to go... We need to go all the way back down. Wait, I got everything down there, I thought. All right, I know where to go. We're gonna go the back way through the underground waterway. Well, I think people want to blame someone for their problems so they don't have to look inward. I think that's some of it. I don't even know if people want to do that or they just don't know how to do it any other way. I think people have been pointing the finger at so many people for so long that they don't know how to look at themselves and try and make something better. So maybe we all learned something tonight. I have no fucking idea. What the hell do I know? But if it makes you feel any better, Ath, I think it's kind of cool that you're from Saudi Arabia. I don't normally talk to people from that side of the world. How cool is it that the internet would allow something like that to happen? That's pretty awesome, I think. And like I said, maybe I'll learn a few Arabic phrases. I'll see Ath come into the chat and I'll learn how to say, hey, how's it going in Arabic, you know? That sort of thing. But I'm gonna learn it on my own, don't worry. I'll figure it out. Because I like to learn like that. I don't know, Necros, you make the call on this. Should we just be going to the end right now? Should I stop this whole item hunt? Map hunt, item hunt. We should just go get this done. $59,000 away from level 39. My thinkest people are people that try to get along with everyone. Also, Trisket, is this item crucial to defeating Dracula at this point? No. I have no items that are crucial to defeating Dracula that are still necessary. I have everything I need. Levels might be crucial, but filling out the map and getting 100% of the items and all that stuff probably isn't as crucial as I would like to think it is. And it's not Dracula, I still gotta go kill Hugh. Let's go get that then. But yeah, if we're gonna be different and debate things around here, we're gonna debate video game things. Which Castlevania is the best Castlevania? And clearly the answer is Castlevania 2. I say level up some more before taking him down. This is definitely not the place to level up. All right, let's go. How are we gonna do this? I know what we're gonna do. Okay. We're gonna go up to Hugh's area. But what I could do is I could just, so we'll get through all of this stuff, get everything that we need to beat Dracula. And then maybe I'll just load my other save file, because my other save file is level like 61 and hasn't finished it. So I did all the leveling, just goofing off one day. There, this is the one we want to be on. Then we can do one of two things. If I get it done, we can do one of two things. The first thing is I could just, you know, beat Castlevania 2 real quick. The second thing is I could start it on fighter mode. Excuse me. How do you pronounce the game? The Crew? The Crew. C-R-E-W, Crew. Another one of these things. Hey, if it's gonna give me mind restores, I'll come in here and kill this thing. I got no problem with that. The EW together sounds like a U. Crew. Observation tower. All right, let's go. Or let's not go. Okay. Something I think that's actually funny about that sound, the crew, the way that the crew is said, is if you actually look at other games or other things, you can see where they sound the same, like Cruisin'. So you play Cruisin' USA or you play Cruisin' Blast, the new Cruisin' game, that's spelled differently even though it sounds exactly the same. God damn it, this guy's gonna kill me. The game is about cars. Yeah. No, I've played The Crew. The Crew's okay. I'm actually a junkie for racing games, so I have played most of the racing games that are out there. I love racing games. Gran Turismo, Forza Motorsports, and then all the arcade games. Like, here. 80s Overdrive is a great racing game. Cruisin' Blast. See how that's spelled? C-R-U-I-S-N. Cruisin' sounds the same as The Crew, but it's spelled completely different. Yeah, dude, I love my racing games. I love my racing games. Oh, that's not good. I have been playing Gran Turismo since I was a teenager. Which was a very long time ago, I'd like to add. Yeah, but here's the question, Ath. You say, I've been playing Gran Turismo since I was a teenager, right? Which Gran Turismo? Because my first Gran Turismo I got when I was 16 or 17 years old, and it was Gran Turismo 1. On the PlayStation 1. I think I had like a 1-year-old son when Gran Turismo 4 came out. Okay, I gotta get off this ground. Made it. Yeah, I love those games. I'm not gonna say that Gran Turismo Sport was the game that got played the most on my PS4, but it was pretty close. It sure got played a lot. Alright, so that's not the right way to go. Now we gotta find the right way to go. Please don't touch me. Please drop me a cure curse. Just in case one of you do touch me. Do you know about Midnight Club on PS1? I do. My problem with Midnight Club is it always felt really clunky in the control. Driving the car felt weird. Ow. Especially after playing something like Gran Turismo, right? Like, you could play Gran Turismo 3 A-Spec, or you could play Midnight Club. Or you could play, like, Need for Speed Underground, right? Even Need for Speed Underground felt really clunky to me at times. I really am just checking walls at this point. You know which one I always liked? And nobody else seemed to agree with me about this one. But you know what racing game on the PS2 I really liked? I really liked Tokyo Extreme Racer. I don't know why I liked that game so much. Like, you would think if I liked that game that Midnight Club would have been great, right? But for whatever reason, Midnight Club drove me crazy and I loved playing Tokyo Extreme Racer. It's because ultimately I think there's something wrong with me. Ah, that sucked. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be bad. I should have jumped him. I lucked out right there. I totally lucked out. I'm not even gonna play this game. I'm gonna heal up real fast. I'm trying to say the game in English, but God, I forgot. Midnight Club or Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero? Oh shit, that, okay. I got, for a second there I thought I was done. I was scared. I was scared, okay? Let's be honest. I was real scared. Even more power-ups to get up here. There are a lot in this area, aren't there? Did I kill it? I don't think I killed it. Whatever, we'll go back up. And then another personal favorite of mine on the PS2, you can never ever, I played it on the Xbox, but you can never ever go wrong with Burnout. Burnout 3 specifically. You're looking for a fun race game? That's the one to have. Put on this armor right away. Did I get the other one? I have like 6 brothers, but none of them have Xbox. I only have PlayStation. I loved my PlayStation. You wanna try Xbox for no reason? Well, I think there's some good reasons to have an Xbox. Depends on which one we're talking about, but I think there are lots of good reasons to have an Xbox. What's nice about Xbox these days, though, is that the best reason to have an Xbox is that they put everything on a PC. And I mean everything. You don't have to buy the new Series X, you just have to have a nice enough PC. I don't think this one actually will get us to the end. You can definitely tell I'm not strong enough to deal with this because these are not dying in one shock thing. It takes two. Yeah, so what's great about Xbox these days is that everything that they do is on the Game Pass, is what they call it. So the day that Psychonauts 2 came out, which is a game I really wanted to play, because I pay for the Xbox Game Pass every month, I didn't have to pay extra to get Psychonauts 2, and I don't have the new system, I could just play it on my PC. Because it came out on the Xbox and the PC the same day. And it's available on the Pass. I think the Pass costs like 15 bucks a month, but they give you, 250 games to play with it. So the day that Halo Infinite comes out, the story mode, I'll be able to play it on my computer, because it's coming out on both things. And I'll be able to play it because it's included with my Game Pass. So I don't have to buy the new system, and I don't have to go out and buy every game I want to play. Speaking of Game Pass, this month there's actually a game coming out that I need to play. Age of Empires 4 is supposed to be out in the next, 2 weeks. That's a good question. Can someone look that up? When is that coming out? I don't want to fire up Game Pass right now while I'm doing this. It's like the 23rd, I think? Maybe? Maybe I'm wrong. Being wrong sounds like the sort of thing I would do. Wait, okay, 43,000. Killing both of those takes me down to 36. That's a lot of XP from those two guys. Hopefully it's good. I really hope it's good. It looks good. Almost level 40. I think I could take Hugh at 40. I think that's a pretty good rule of thumb. Go 5 levels between each boss fight. That was close. He almost got me there. Let's get this done. Oh my god. All right. There's no save spots up here. Just gonna have to make my own. So we are just about to the top. That corridor I just passed is the one that has the devil in it, I think. So we are there. Do I like playing COD? I mean, it depends. If I'm playing with my friends and everybody's having a good time, I don't like to ruin that, but you know. Alright, give me 1 sec. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna fight Hugh. I just created a save point right here, but I'm gonna get up to use the restroom for a second. I'm gonna throw up the be right back screen, and I'll be back in like, give me like 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Button. I'm coming back. I saved it right here. Alright, so let's go fight the last boss before Dracula. It's our friend Hugh. Hugh's a jerk. Nathan, so you finally arrived. Hugh, you're okay. I thought that they... Hiya! Why did he attack me? Hugh, what are you doing? I am superior to you. I will defeat you to prove myself to father. You are being controlled by Camilla? No, by Dracula. So he's got 2 phases. We're gonna wail on him for phase 1. Okay. Does the same thing as you do. He's got like all the different sub weapons that you would have. You know, he attacks you with a sword because it's fun. What I do like about this though is that this room itself has the ability to let me heal. So this should just be a one-shot thing. So watch, we're gonna kill it. We'll get him to phase 2 in a second. All right, I need to heal. So I'm just gonna run all the way up here, just like this. And I'm gonna change to the heal. And we're gonna do it. He's just down below me being angry. He's mad because I'm better than he is. Since I'm already healing, I might as well go the full distance. All right, here we go. Let's get back to electrocuting him. Actually, hang on. We've had really good luck with this rock thing. Let's do the rock thing. Whoa, that was a nice hit. Okay, now he's mad. Now he's going to phase 2. Just like that, I can go up here and heal again. Now, those swords that he throws out now, they can come up here and hurt me, but typically I can get away from that. Unless I just get a really absolute, like, shit timing. And now we just do our summoning thing. There he goes. Bye, Hugh. 2 levels. Hugh, why are you such a dick? Okay, stop, Hugh. I don't want to hurt you. Hugh, Nathan, I'm all right now. You're yourself again. Nathan, I'm sorry I was envious of you. When Father named you the successor, I was afraid that I was worthless. I needed the recognition. Enough. That probably was the dark weakness that Father saw in my soul. Why he chose you. Stop it, Hugh. It's all right. Even I realize now that Father was right in his decision. Don't make me embarrass myself further. Allow me self-pity for now. Help Father now. I'm entrusting his return to you. I accept. All right. Now we can go fight Dracula. We're done. This is the key to open that door that we saw at the very, very beginning of the game. I'm gonna heal up because, first off, I don't want to have to fight him again. Second off, I mean, it's a long way down. Ow. That's not cool. There is a summoning spot up here. I believe it's on the other side of the devil room, right? I really don't want to go through this area, but here we are. That's the devil. And we just run right by him, because we're not really in a place where we want to kill him yet. And now we found a summoning room, so we can get out of here this way. Yay! And we're right back where we started. Yeah, I can cheese Dracula. I think I can cheese Dracula. God, I hope I can cheese Dracula. I'm not gonna fight him just yet. I'm gonna come over here and save. This is the closest save room to Dracula. And I am currently level 41. I have 55,000 health to get to the next one, dude. Like... I am so get wrecked noob right now, it's unbelievable. So, the door we saw at the very beginning we can now open. We're now in the ceremonial room. We're gonna come down here because there's a hidden thing right here. HP max, yay! Alright, let's try it. What do I care? Now this is Dracula just like everything else. You have done well to come so far. Master! Impeccable timing. The time for the rite is upon us. Your soul will become as ours is, or become ours as well. Your soul is mine. That came from another game. Not if I can help it. Master, are you alright? What an emotional display, but don't fool yourself. Even you must have darkness upon your soul. What? To be superior, to be honored for your singular accomplishments. What is a man? Wait, that's a different game. To be loved by all, to get the glory even at the expense of others, that is what your friend craved. I just increased that desire, that power. You despicable blight, how dare you toy with his soul? I'll get you for that. I'm gonna roast this guy. This is phase 1. It's almost like, you know, he can't hit me. There he goes. That's phase 1. Power. I need my full power. Go get your full power, bro. Huh? Hey, Hugh's here. He's got his dad. Chase him. Don't let him escape. I'll take care of Father. You go after him. Right. You guys limp your way out of here. Just take all the time you need, I guess. Nathan, banish Dracula and then make sure you get out. I will. You want to see if I can cheese this? Like, for real? Is that what we're doing now? So at this point, before you go in and fight phase 2 and phase 3, you can go back and explore the entirety of the castle again. So this would be the point where the entire world is your oyster. Go fill in all the gaps. Go get all the things. Just go ape shit. Go do the battle coliseum, the battle arena stuff. Go do whatever you want to do. Or you can just go in here and fight Drac. I'm gonna try and cheese this. Nope, I don't want to be up there. Okay. So we want to be down here. And then he's going to disappear and reappear right here. Then I'm going to go up. And then right here, I'm going to... Nope, we're going to cast a spell. Thank you. I'm too late. He's going to phase out. This is going to suck. Okay, I'm going to drop back down so we can get him to spawn back down here. We're going to go up again. And then we're going to cheese him. We're going to hit him with this. Now we're going to drop back down so that he'll reappear again. We're going to go up. This is phase 2. Is that the monster? Yep, this is Dracula. This is his final form. He's gonna disappear, he's gonna come back again. We're gonna go up. We're gonna drop back down, that way he'll appear again. We're gonna go up. You should be getting pretty close on phase 2. Drop down so that he'll phase over again. Then we go up. Back down again. This part takes a while. And the reason it takes a while is because I do not have the, I don't have the power to kill him. Like, I don't have lots of, you know, damage and HP and strength and everything else. Alright, he's here. We're going back up. We'll drop back down. Let him appear again. Hop up. Okay, so his eye just closed and he's turning gray. That puts him in phase 2. For phase 2, he rushes back and forth and will kill you when he warps. But he won't go up this high on the screen. So if we just keep dashing up here at the top, that was 1, 2, and now he should be an eyeball floating somewhere. You can see that bat come up every now and again. We have to hit that thing. So the trick is we have to do that. We can't get hit by that rush. If we get hit by that rush, it's instant death. We just did it a third time, and I died. See that? That's where we have a problem. I can't take a hit at all. If I get hit, then I'm dead. Like, that's it. Phase 1's pretty straightforward and easy, right? Or is this phase 2, actually? The shit we did in the throne room before this, that was phase 1. Sometimes if you can take a hit and you're bold, you can go for 2 attacks before he phases out. I'm just playing it safe right now. In that phase right there, he's actually launching something at me, but I'm killing it before it gets a chance to hit me. Oop. No. Get away from me. Here we go. Okay, the eyeball just closed and he went to gray. I'm gonna save it right here. You know, for reasons. That way we can just start on phase 3 next time. Okay, so now he's gonna do that little disappear dash thing. So we're gonna go up here and listen for it. 1, 2. So now we're hitting all those bats in the eyeballs right now. So we're wailing on him, okay? So we got our 1 attack in. We're not gonna be greedy. Listen for the ping again. 1, 2, 3, 4. No ping. All right, let's go back up. We're not gonna be greedy. One, 2. One, 2, 3. Shit. That was 4. The longest he'll go is 4. Okay, because I'm totally awesome. Yeah, that's not what I want. Shit, I'm screwed. Okay. We'll load. Because I'm totally awesome, I tried to get all tricky there. One, 2, 3, 4. No more. Let's get him. One, 2, 3. None. Let's get him again. Okay, now we're up. 1, 2, 3. Didn't happen. Let's get him. Like I said, I'm not gonna get greedy. Okay, he's back. 1, 2. Nope, just the 2. Okay. Damn it. Okay, we gotta go up. 1, 2. Okay, no more. Damn it! Stop hitting me with the bats! 1, 2. That was it. 2. One, 2. Okay, that's 2. Man, it'd be so nice if he died right here, wouldn't it? I'm not that lucky. Because I'm being greedy, I went for a second one. Now we're dead. See? That's why you don't get greedy. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2. That's it. I'm so tired of getting hit by these bats. That didn't even count against him. Like, this sucks. 1, 2. One, 2, 3. That was that. One, 2. One, 2. That's it. Don't hit me. That was 1, 2, 3, 4. Shit, I went right up into it. One, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. I went too early. I shouldn't have done that so early. One, 2, 3. One, 2. One, 2, 3. All right, so far so good, but one, 2, 3. There's a part of me that wants to do another one right now just to, you know, finish him off, thinking that maybe I'm there, but I'm not. That was 1, 2, 3. Done. Oh, god damn it. Don't do this to me.
Whatever.
He's gonna appear. Nope. 1, 2. One, 2, 3, 4. He almost clipped me right there too. Let's do this. Will you die already for... Oh my god. One, 2. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, I went right up into him again. Okay, cool. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I just killed him off screen. He's dead. I killed him off screen. That's it. That's Circle of the Moon. We're done. It is a wasted effort. I will never be truly gone. So long as there is darkness and desire in the soul of man, I will continue to be revived. And we will be there to stop you. You can bet on that. Alright, this is my middle finger. This one's for Dracula. You did great. Thank you very much for the congratulatory vote of confidence. I did it. Now in the next mode, you get no magic. So I can't cheese him like that. I can cheese him like flying over him the whole way, but I have to actually whip him. Master, are you well? Nathan, thank you. You did well. Damn right I did. You would have become a hunter in your own right. Now he tells Hugh, Hugh, you fucked up. No sub-weapons? I mean, I can use the sub-weapons, yeah. I could use, like, the cross if I wanted to. Which I still think is the only one worth using, but that's just me. Alright, Hugh, I need to thank you as well, but your training must begin anew. I know, Father. I will train like I was reborn to become worthy. Alright, so the next question is, what do we do? Do we start the strength mode, or do we go play Castlevania 2? Do we just stop the stream here? I look forward to the challenge, Hugh. Let's go. We always watch the credits because watching the credits means we're giving respect and props to the people who brought us our favorite games. Producer, Koji. This game literally came out 20 years ago. Most of these people are no longer at Konami. But we respect them anyway. So yeah, going through that whole game with just the whip, but the whip can pretty much one-shot anything. Like, you are the Wrath of God in physical form in this next mode. Would you guys like to see how fast that fight is when you're not level 39, when you're level 61? Konami has great games, but they killed many old games. Weird company. Yeah, they stopped making everything so that they could go make pachinko machines exclusively. The other thing about it, so they've gotten away from that now. Now they think that they need to start making video games again. And what they did, look at that, Gradius. The fighter's password is Gradius. So what they just did was they put out a call to developers, and they're trying to get a contest going. I was talking about this last night, and the contest is, if you are a game developer, you can use one of like 80 franchises that they have. Some of those franchises include Gradius. They include the Mystical Ninja, Goemon, Salamander, old Konami licenses. And what they want you to do is, as an independent game developer, they want you to make a new game with some of their old franchises. And if you win the contest, if they like what you do, they'll help you publish that game under the Konami logo. Which is kind of cool in a way, and kind of getting free shit from developers in another way. But the only 3 franchises that they are not letting you use are Metal Gear, Silent Hill, and Castlevania. And the reason they're not letting you use those is because the rumor is, and they actually said, they didn't confirm the rumors, but what they said was, we are going to reimagine and release those franchises ourselves. So they're talking about reimagining Castlevania, reimagining Metal Gear, and reimagining Silent Hill, which we've needed a new Silent Hill game for a long time. So it's good that they're thinking that way. They're thinking about releasing games again instead of just making pachinko machines. But at the same time, reimagine, in my mind, has a lot of bad meaning to it. Like, they're going to say reimagine Castlevania and we're going to get another Lords of Shadow game. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not what we want right now. That's definitely not what we want. So they have confirmed that they're going to go back to the drawing board. Now, the rumor that I was talking about a second ago, the rumor is that they actually have, they're working with Sony, one of the teams at Sony. I want to say it's Blue Point Games, which Sony just acquired. But the rumor is that somebody at Sony is working with Konami to remake Metal Gear Solid 1 as a PS5 game, exclusive to the PS5, maybe PC. But that rumor's been around for almost a year. And then as soon as they made this announcement, the other thing was the Hideo Kojima version of Silent Hill that got canned, Silent Hills, the PT demo, all that shit from a couple years ago. It seemed like as soon as they made this announcement, they're going to reimagine Silent Hill. All the rumors that Konami is working with Kojima again resurfaced. So whether or not they're actually doing it, I don't know. It could be that game. It could be Kojima involved with it. It could be any number of 1,000 things that we haven't thought of yet. It could be a lot of things. But they have said that they are talking about reimagining Silent Hill, Metal Gear, and Castlevania again. So those ones are not in the list of games that you can go and make your own indie game with. So we'll have to see how that turns out. I'd be very interested to see what's going on with that. But yeah, that's where we're at. So that's why it is the way it is over at Konami right now. With how bad things ended with Metal Gear Solid 5 between Kojima and Konami, I can't imagine that they would even let him back in the building, let alone work with them again. So, yeah, I hope they don't F it up either, right? Like, that's the problem, is they go, we're going to reimagine this. It's like, are you going to reimagine me a 2D game? Like, are you going to get back to what we all know and love, the shit that sells? Because for the last 5 years, again, as they basically since Metal Gear Solid 5, they have not made a video game. They've had M2, which is a different company. M2's goal is to only remake classic games. So they're the guys who did the Contra collection, the Konami Arcade collection, the Castlevania collection. M2 has been remaking other people's games and putting them into collections. Like, that's what they do. They're basically trying to think of the company that used to do it. Like, everybody used them for stuff. But yeah, that's what they've been doing for Konami. Now that Konami has sold all of these things again a ton. The Castlevania collection sold very well. This Advanced collection is selling very well. The Contra collection sold very well. The Arcade collection sold very well. That it's really easy to sell well when they put those games on sale for $5 a piece all the time. Like, seriously, it's almost every other week. Like 2 weeks out of a month, they're on sale for $5. So you can go pick them up on any platform you want to in multiple places all the time and just play nothing but these games. And the nostalgia factor is keeping that going. That has encouraged them, the sales numbers, that there is some benefit left to making a new Castlevania, to making a new Metal Gear, things like that. Even like the Decade collection, I didn't know this until recently. I have it over there on my shelf. But they did the Decades collection for Metal Gear Solid. Have you guys seen this for the PS3? It's the MSX version of... Yeah, Kojima and Del Toro would have to be on board. Yeah, for real. I bought the GBA collection the moment it released. So did I. The instant it was out, I bought it. And I'm not the only one. Like, there are many people like us who did that. But the Decades collection for Metal Gear is the MSX version of 1 in Snake's Revenge 2. It's Metal Gear Solid VR missions, Metal Gear Solid 3, 2 Substance or Subsistence. It's got 4 on it, and it's got Peace Walker on it. So it's like a collection of everything on, a PS3 disc, essentially. I think Metal Gear Solid 1 and VR missions are like a download code. So there's that. I did not know this until a couple of weeks ago, but I actually ordered it. Had it shipped here from Amazon because Konami still has an online store on Amazon where they're selling new games. They're still selling the Metal Gear Decades collection. Right now, you can buy it new for like $22. We also bought, this was the one Snowy bought. This is why he's been kind of in on the Silent Hill thing. We bought the Silent Hill HD collection, the one that has 2 and 3 in it for the PS3. We bought that brand new for like $23 too. So they are still selling new copies of those games, and they are seeing the returns from that. They're seeing the money that's out there to be made on the franchises that we love. And it seems as though they're sitting up and paying attention to that now, which they didn't do before. They were like, yeah, you know what? We don't want to deal with this shit anymore. Metal Gear Solid 5 was a disaster. Everything is a fucking disaster. Let's just go make pachinko machines. Like, that was their position right after MGS5 came out. So, again, the rumor is that Sony is working with Konami to remake Metal Gear Solid 1. That would be the first of these new reimagined games, which would be great. I would play it again. Dude, Twin Snakes is amazing. If you never played Twin Snakes on the GameCube, that game's fantastic. If you've never played Metal Gear Solid 1, it's a fantastic game. Even now, it was a PlayStation 1 game, came out in 1997. The game's almost 25 years old, and it is a great game. Still now to play. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. The PSP games are worth it. All of that stuff is worth it. So if Konami ever hears me ranting and raving on the internet, hey guys, don't fuck up my Castlevania, but I want a new one. Thanks, your friend, Trisket109. There you go. That's my letter to the editor for today. So that's where we're at. But yeah, I mean, this is a no-brainer. If you ever played a Castlevania game and you liked it and you haven't spent the $20 to buy the advanced collection yet, go buy it, please, for the love of God. For two reasons. Number one, you're speaking with your wallet. You're letting Konami know we want more Castlevania games. And now that they're in the market of talking about maybe making new Castlevania games, let's let them know that's a good idea. Number two, this is probably the best collection you can spend $20 on right now. Maybe the original Castlevania collection is like right on par with that. But I mean, as far as a brand new release goes, for $20, I would be very hard pressed to find a game that's more fun than these four games combined together. Even though Dracula X sucks, still a better deal than you could spend $20 on, I don't know what else. Occasionally I find good deals, but even if I found a good deal for $20, I'd probably still spend my money on this. In fact, I did. So there you go. That's my take on that tonight. That's Trisket's hot take after beating a game. How do we feel? How do we feel about the hot take? And I'm not wearing my sarcasm hat. All of that's on the level. Like, do the thing, Konami. The only other company out there, well, that's not true. I was about to say something false. There are only a few companies out there that have the franchises and pedigree that Konami has to make some of these games. One of those companies is Capcom. The Mega Man collections, the Mega Man X collections, the Mega Man Zero collections, the Street Fighter collections, the newer Street Fighter games, like the things that Capcom does, all of the Devil May Cry games, all Monster Hunter, all of the Monster Hunter stuff from Capcom, making new games, capitalizing on your old franchises. Capcom's blueprint for making money is something that should make an entire amount of sense to Konami about, and that they should just go with it. They need to get some good developers on their side to help them with the newer things that Capcom is trying to pull off these days. But being like Capcom is not a bad idea for Konami right now. Another one of the companies out there that has the franchises to do this sort of thing is Nintendo. First party Nintendo, Zelda, Donkey Kong, Star Fox, F-Zero. We are getting a new Metroid game on Friday. For the first time in 20 years, we're getting a game involved with the story. Not a remake of an old game, a new game. That comes out on Friday. We're getting new Advance Wars games in December. They're remakes of the old ones, but they haven't forgotten about it. We're getting a new Zelda game next year for Breath of the Wild 2. They've remade the other Zelda games, working to put those all in place for us to enjoy. They remade Link's Awakening. You know what I mean? Like, they're doing virtual console things to bring the old games into the new system. They've got a lot of things going for them the same way. If Konami looks at that blueprint and they look at the way that they're making money, yeah, they're not making money off Pokemon the same way. Konami will never be in the boat where they're making fuck you Pokemon money. But looking at the other things that Nintendo's doing, this is a very viable way to make games, to make money, and continue to do things. And they should. It's not just because I love it, because, you know, I think that we need to expose new people to these games. And, you know, those of us who do love it, we need a chance to still play them. I'm sorry, unless you have the Game Boy Advance cartridges right now, or you're into emulation, there is no way to play these games until they re-released them last week or 2 weeks ago. There's no way to play them. So, actually, you can still get them on the Wii U on the Virtual Console. That was how I had them. But someday they're going to shut that down. And the instant they shut that down, these games become lost to the ages. And I've been railing on this for the last few months, ever since Sony announced that they were going to turn off the PSP and the Vita store and the PS3 store. They kept the PS3 and the Vita store on, but that's only because people were raging against the machine about that. But every time a company like that shuts off some of these things, every time a company makes a decision like Konami, where they go, I don't want to make video games anymore, let's go make pachinko machines, which they even made a Silent Hill sequel, just in a pachinko machine. Go figure that one out. But they, every time a company makes a decision like that, all you're doing is destroying the history of the video games that we all love. And that sucks. That sucks. So that's part of the reason why we watch the credits when we beat a game. That's part of the reason why I talk about things like this, like speak with your wallet, vote with your wallet, speak, have the most empowered speech that you have in this world is by using your money to further the things that are important to you. If you don't like something, if the whole world thinks that this collection sucks, right, and they don't buy it, they won't make another one. You know what I mean? I can guarantee that right now. That's how money works. That's how business works. If you don't like that somebody's doing something, convince some people besides yourself to not buy their stuff. And if you can do that for enough things, they'll listen to you. They'll be like, what do we need to do to get your money back? That buying power. That buying power is the most important thing that you have in your arsenal to change things or to get the things that you want. If you don't like it, don't buy it. And if enough people do that, they'll get the message. And I see this all the time and I hate it. Like Facebook was down, for most of the day today. And I was making jokes about it earlier in the stream. And it's kind of funny in a way. We can all joke about it. But at the same time, it's kind of sad. And that joke is, like, I didn't know how people were going to think and know how to live their life if they didn't have some, influencer telling them what to do. Like, how did they manage to get through the day? I woke up this morning and I didn't know what clothes to put on because Kim Kardashian didn't tell me the colors I was supposed to wear. Or I didn't know what to go out and buy or what was new because somebody didn't tell me. Or I don't know how to eat because some foodie didn't, show me how that goes. This morning, I went to go look for how to cook eggs and I couldn't find it on the Facebook, Like, I know that that's a joke to a point, but it seems like that's how people do things. People think that if you get on Twitter and you yell at Konami, that they're going to listen to you. And they're not. They're going to play like they're listening to you. They're going to fake that all day and all night, okay? They're going to absolutely fake that all day and all night. They're going to tell you what you want to hear and then not lift their finger to do an instant of it because they don't have to. They're not accountable for anything. They can still pay their bills because you're buying their shit and not doing any of the stuff they're supposed to. That's not power. Being a social justice warrior, which I don't like that term, and I know that there are some things out there to raise awareness that, getting the word out is a good thing. But most of the time, it's disingenuous on its best day, right? I'm screaming about how all the stuff that's going on with Blizzard is awful and the lawsuit is terrible and shit is awful and fuck everything, right? And I hate Blizzard, but the day Diablo 2 Remastered came out, the people who all were screaming in one breath were also giving them their money in the other hand. You know what I mean? And I've finally come to terms with the fact I am going to buy Diablo 2 because it's one of my favorite games of all time. It took some mental gymnastics in my head to get to that point. And I understand that there is some hypocrisy on my part for thinking that way. But I also am aware and understand what my dollar means as far as the power that I hold. And I understand that by me buying Diablo 2, I'm giving up a little bit of it. Right? I'm making that decision based on my needs, right? Everyone else is just doing it without having that conscious thought before they do it. Metal Gear Survive. Yeah, Metal Gear Survive is, we hate this. We bought it anyway. We hate this. We buy it. We're playing it anyway. I'll give you a great example in the video game industry of the people who are doing this. You want to know, I think the biggest game right now that is people continue to tell them one thing with their wallet while bitching about it on social media and any place that they can scream at the top of their lungs. You know what game is like the home of that, in my mind, is Destiny 2. I'll never play this again. You nerfed my weapon. You fucked up PvP. You've removed all the raids I love. You've done nothing. Hey, there's a new expansion coming out, pre-ordered for $100 done. And if you think about it, that's what they're doing. By pre-ordering the game, Destiny gets their money in advance. They can give you complete shit. You don't have to expect what you want out of the game because they can do whatever they want. They already got your money. That's why I don't like the practice of pre-orders, but they did that. I have a friend who spends all of his time, well, not all of his time, but he spends a great deal of his time telling me how Destiny 2 is the worst piece of dumpster fire garbage he's ever seen in his life, how much he loved that game and how far it's fallen. He spends all of his time telling me that, or a lot of his time telling me that. And in the next breath, I'm like, so did you pre-order the new expansion? Yeah, I did. You think that your money and your buying power doesn't speak volumes beyond your words, you're wrong. You're 100% wrong. So with that in mind, my lecture, my soapbox preaching, which by the way, I actually have a graphic somewhere. I need to go find my graphics. I got to rebuild the stream. I have a graphic of a podium like that we put right in front of me right here. The problem with those graphics is that I don't use a green screen anymore, so it's kind of hard to use them. But I have a podium in front of me with my, I put my hands up and I soapbox that shit. I do this every now and again. But the moral of the story on this one is, if you like what Konami's doing, right? You see what Konami's doing here. You see this Castlevania collection. You want more Castlevania. You want them to get that message. Go buy this collection. It's $20. Okay? If you want them to understand that you like the older games, go buy the other collection. Mr. J is actually here. Mr. J is the one who made those graphics, and I want to use them. I'm actually going to rebuild some things this week so I can use those graphics, Mr. J. It's just I haven't really wrapped my head around it, how to use it without a green screen. So we're going to do some stuff with that this week. I'm going to fix it, Mr. J. And if I send you a message that's like, hey, I lost all of those and do you happen to still have them? Can you send them to me? I might send you that message. I don't think I lost them. I think I know exactly where they're at and I'm just being an idiot. Mario Kart 8 came out in 2014 for the first time. Yeah, and every time that you buy it again, you tell everyone, yeah, I'll be more than happy to buy all your Nintendo games over and over again. That's what your money means when you do that. Right? I ask my family this all the time. I say, how many times do I have to buy Mario 1? How many times do I have to buy Mario 1? I had it on my original Nintendo when I got it in 1988 with Duck Hunt, by the way. Duck Hunt Mario combo, big thumbs up. Mario 1 there. I bought Mario 1 as an All-Stars game on the Super Nintendo. I bought Mario 1 when they re-released it on the Game Boy Advance as a classic collection. I bought it on the Virtual Console Christmas 2007 for my Wii, the day it came out. Or it was 2006, excuse me. Christmas 2006, I bought it there. I also purchased it on the Wii U. It came with my digital online service with the Switch. I have it on my 3DS as well. And I'm sure I have it somewhere else that I can't think of right now. How many times do I have to buy Mario 1? Oh, they want me to up the price of my Nintendo Online subscription so that I can get Mario 64. But I just bought Mario 64 in that Classics collection that they put out 6 months ago. Like, what the hell? You stop buying them, I guarantee Nintendo will stop porting them. That is your buying power. That is what your money does. Your money gives you power. I'll give you another example. I'll give you another example for right now. We have the PlayStation 5 out. We have the Nintendo Switch out. We have the Xbox Series X. And then let's say we have PC. Skyrim version 178. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If it's up to Nintendo, you'd buy Mario 1 an infinite amount of times. Mr. J's not wrong. So we have these 4 systems that are out right now. Okay? let's say we have a fifth one somewhere, you know, retro systems, whatever it is, whatever you want to call it. Never played Skyrim till I got a Switch. Nintendo, in my opinion, is worse when it comes to reselling you the same games over and over simply because you people keep buying it. It's true. However, there is a caveat to that. We'll talk about that in a second, though. So let's say that there's 5 video game systems out there, right? I'll go back to another time where there were video game systems. There was a PlayStation 2, a Dreamcast, and a Nintendo 64. This was before the GameCube, right? Before there was an Xbox, before there was a GameCube. People bought the PlayStation 2 in mass droves. And the Dreamcast went away completely. You think they did that because they just up and decided one day we don't want to make this anymore? Or you think they ran out of money? That's what it comes down to. The N64, the cartridge-based system and everything that they did with that changed significantly into the GameCube because of the pressures that people didn't want to deal with the N64 stuff and with the success of the PlayStation 2. Yeah, it was a different disc and it was kind of annoying about what was going on, but the GameCube was heavily influenced by the fact that the N64 did not sell in the long run like they wanted it to. The nostalgia factor, I get all that. You guys can keep talking about that, but like the N64 compared to what the PlayStation 1 and then what the PlayStation 2 numbers did, look at what the GameCube did next to the N64. Like, it's a totally different ballgame. It's a totally different ballgame. That's your problem. That's what you're living with. Your money speaks volumes to these companies. Now, there's the one caveat that I want to talk to the point. Mr. J said, Nintendo, in my opinion, is the worst when it comes to reselling you the same games over and over. Simply because you people keep buying it. And you are 100% right. I am not arguing with that point. You are 100% right. I have purchased Mario 7 times. That's on me. There are 2 ideas behind this that we need to get behind. The first one is I need to exercise self-control. Okay, I need to be satisfied with the fact that I have Mario on something and that I can play Mario on something, and I need to not get it on whatever the newest thing is so that I can continue to perpetuate what that is. I need to exercise some self-control in that regard. That's the first. The second thing that I want to point out, and I did mention this before when I was ranting and raving, I mentioned that I'm guilty of this as well. I think that we're all guilty of it at a certain point. Like, how many games, like, there aren't new games anymore. There's just remasters and remakes of stuff. Like, that's 60% of the games that come out. And even Mr. J, I'm not telling you that you're guilty like the Nintendo people are, like I am, but I know that you bought Destroy All Humans again. Yeah. Burnout Paradise a couple of times. You know what I mean? Like, I know that they're out there. But again, we all do it, so it's not a fault thing, and I'm not like, don't you tell me I'm a piece of shit. We all, you know, it's not that. We all do it. We all succumb to that. Like, we see our childhood on the auction block again, and we want to get it. You know, that's how it goes. If they've released, I will not lie to you right now, if they released a Sly Cooper collection on the PS5, I would run out and spend whatever they ask for it. I would. There are games, if they released F-Zero GX as a Switch game, I'd go out and buy it. I have it sitting over there for my GameCube. I can play it on whatever system I want over here. I'd still go buy it. I know I would. I know I'm going to upgrade my Nintendo Online service at the end of the month when they ask me for more money to play N64 and Genesis games. I have most of those Genesis games sitting over there as cartridges, and I know I'm going to do it. Again, this is an inward reflection, right? I would buy a Sly Cooper remaster remake. It wouldn't be the old games again, though. I would, dude, even if they just ported the PS3 one up and they were the same games, I'd still buy it. Like, those are my favorite games. Those are my, like, oh my God, Sly Cooper 1 is like the best thing ever. It is. If they did that for Ratchet and Clank right now, I would buy it. They did it for Jak and Daxter. They put those on the PS4. I bought them. They're basically just the PS2 games on the PS4. I bought them. I just found out there are 14 Ape Escape games. Yes, there are many. A lot of them appear on the PSP. Go figure that one out. But here's the thing. Like, you're right. Okay, I want to keep that in everybody's mind. Mr. J is right. Nintendo is a terrible offender about this. However, the one caveat to that, where there were 2 points I wanted to make. One, part of it is my fault. I need to exercise self-control. But the second part to it, and we were talking about this a little while ago, I was alluding to this earlier, that the day that Konami stopped making video games and started making pachinko machines, we lost everything. Okay? No more Castlevania games. No more Metal Gear games. The old games disappeared just as fast as the new ones did. I mean, you can be really into Elder Scrolls, right? And you cannot find Elder Scrolls 1 and 2. Obscure PC games that have disappeared. If you want to know the history of those things, they're gone. You can still get 3, you can still get 4, you can still get 5 in 1,000 places. You know, I understand that. They learned this later on, but the history of video games and our history, our shared history, whatever point in your life you were a child playing video games, you kind of have to give Nintendo a little bit of credit. Not a lot. Again, they are continuing to sell us our childhood over and over, but a little bit of credit to the idea that most of their franchises are still available. That includes the old games. Okay? On this day, if I wanted to play Zelda 1, I can find Zelda 1. I can find Zelda 1 on the new system. Here it is. Ready? I push this button. I go right over here. I sort through my millions of games. I open up this Nintendo Entertainment System right here. And just as fast as we talked about it, there's Zelda 1 and 2. Here we go. I'm playing Zelda 1 right now. You can hate them for that. You can hate them that they continue to resell stuff over and over in that way. And I get that. But the fact that they're still preserving video games for posterity, I think is important, and they should get a little bit of credit for it. Now, don't get me wrong. I still think the only reason that they're doing it is because they sell like wildfire and they're still making money off their 1985 video games hand over fist. They still sell like crazy for them, so they're still money makers. But at least they're doing it. There are so few companies that are still trying to preserve that. I know that there's an organization like the Video Game History Archive or something like that that is trying to get a copy of every video game so that we don't lose them. I go up to a store near my house called Minus World Video Games. It's a great retro video game store. Right now up there, he's got a copy, or he's got a machine for a Neo Geo CD. Came out in like 1994. He's got a couple of Neo Geo CD games up there that are some of my favorites. Polestar, Prehistoric Isle, Shock Troopers, a couple of other games that are just fantastic. If I want to play that, some of those games have been re-released as arcade games on the Switch, which makes me happy. Some of them have been put into collections, but there are some games for that system that are just lost. TurboGrafx 16 games, gone. That wasn't as popular as the Genesis and the Nintendo and the Super Nintendo. It wasn't that great of a system by sales numbers, but it had some really great games on it. They're lost to the world. So game companies that are still selling us our childhood and we still gobble it up, I will be, again, that's me talking. That's not me judging you. That's me talking. At least they're still available. I can still share pretty much every Legend of Zelda game with my children today. I can play Link's Awakening, the Game Boy game. I have it on my 3DS. I can play Oracle of Ages and Seasons. It's on my 3DS. We can play the Minish Cap. I have it on my Wii U and my 3DS. We can play Twilight Princess. We can play Wind Waker, which is my favorite Zelda. We can play Ocarina of Time. We can play Majora's Mask. We've got many different ways that we can play it. And while I appreciate the only reason that we're getting that is because it still sells, at least we're still getting it. That is the only caveat. That is the only caveat to the point that they are the worst and they continue to resell them over and over. At least they're available. If I exhibited more self-control, that wouldn't be as much of a problem. But for now, at least they're available. It's the same way for older Need for Speed games. Yeah, you cannot find them digitally legally. You have to pay $40 for some guy's disc version. Yeah. You see that all the time. You see that all the time. PC games that don't exist anymore, really, other than obscurely, are saddening. Definitely major. It's a major bonus for Nintendo having a giant game archive. It is a bonus for Nintendo. Capcom is great at it. Capcom has been reselling me Mega Man my whole life. Mega Man, Street Fighter, Monster Hunter. Capcom is great at it. Konami is learning. That's what started this whole conversation. I finished the Castlevania game tonight. Konami is learning that their franchises have value in the space that we're talking about. Once they get full tilt capitalizing on that, they're going to make money like Capcom does. They're not going to make Nintendo money. They're not going to make fuck you money. We had that conversation earlier. They're not going to make Bezos money on it. We're not allowed to call it fuck you money anymore. We call it Bezos money or Bill Gates money, or you pick your random billionaire here, Koch brothers money, whatever you want to say. They're not going to get fuck you money like Nintendo. They're not going to get Pokemon money. But they are going to make a lot of money re-releasing these games. Grumpy Scotsman's hanging out. Thank you very much for being here, Scotsman. Scott, he knows what I'm talking about. I rail on this shit all the time. Like, it's just the way it goes. And when you said that, Mr. J said PC games that don't exist anymore, really, other than obscurely, are saddening. I have several game examples of that. There was a game that came out on the PC back in the late 90s called No One Lives Forever that nobody seems to know who owns that game. And it's just disappeared. That game would make a wonderful either remaster or make me a new No One Lives Forever game. I would eat that shit up. I'll give you another example of a PC game. It's not obscure by any means, but you guys know this game called Half-Life? There's this Half-Life 1, there's Half-Life 2, there's some expansions for Half-Life 2, and they didn't finish the Half-Life story. And because they just don't feel like making games anymore, I can't get more Half-Life games. They're sitting on it. Some of you, that might be Team Fortress. Some of that might be, Left 4 Dead. Those of you picking up Back 4 Blood in a couple weeks here. Even if they make the old stuff readily available, they're still not doing anything with the new stuff. I mean, it took 20 years to get our Psychonauts 2. It happened, but it took 20 fucking years. You've got so many different examples of this in so many different places. Like, your favorite game as a child, if it's not dead, be grateful. There you go. If it's not dead, be grateful. Even the posters on my wall behind me, you see the poster up there for new Pokemon Snap, you see the poster for Luigi's Mansion. There's a part of me that we should just be like, it's a miracle that Luigi's Mansion 3, a sequel to a game that came out in 2002, that it even got made. A new Pokemon Snap after 25 years from the N64, let's just be marveled and amazed that that was a thing, That's the only place. Square Enix is good at it too. Grumpy Scotsman brings it up. Final Fantasy getting beaten to death. That new Pixel, God, man, that new Pixel collection pisses me off so much for two reasons. Number one, you're selling me the old Final Fantasy games for $70 fucking dollars. If you buy them all in a pack, it's like $75. And the second thing that pisses me off, the last time I would buy those games is if they had put them on the Switch. If they put them on the Switch, I could take them with me everywhere I go. They would be fantastic and everything would be great. But no, we're only putting them on the PC and the fucking phone. Yeah, fuck you, Enix. Square Enix. So yeah, ultimately, I think the moral of our entire conversation here is that your buying power is really the only power that you have in the world. Okay? If you don't buy that Pixel collection on the PC for Final Fantasy, they're not going to make another one. They do that shit all the time. Square Enix is king of that stuff. When they put Chrono Trigger on the DS, somebody asked them, they said, why don't you make a sequel to Chrono Trigger instead of just continuing to re-release it? They re-released it on the PlayStation from the Super Nintendo. Now it's on the DS. Somebody asked them, said, why don't you make a sequel instead of doing that? And they said, if people really wanted this game, then the DS version would be selling better. If that's not evidence enough, that guy was a dipshit, by the way. But if that's not evidence enough that your money and your buying power is the only thing that they listen to, I don't know what else to tell you. This is everywhere. Quake 2 RTX is free. Why did I not download this a long time ago? I don't know, but you should. Quake 1, it's okay. Quake 1, let's talk about that. Something like that. Like, I think Quake 1 is the perfect storm of this, okay? Quake 1 is $10. Okay, they completely rebuilt the game. And we're talking about now, instead of just running straight flat like you do in Quake, you can look up and down. Like, they completely rebuilt Quake, and then they gave you your childhood for an extremely reasonable price. When we bought it on Green Man Gaming for my son the day it came out, it was on sale. We paid $3.74 to get it for him. That's not too much to pay for a complete overhaul remaster. Thank you for bringing me the Quake remake. And you can look at that and go, that should be a no-brainer, right? Like, that's a no-brainer. Quake RTX is free. Can we think of any other PC games that have just been lost to the world? At this point, Deus Ex is gone. I mean, they make those new ones like Human Revolution and all those games, you know, Mankind Divided. They make the new games, but that's not Deus Ex. Okay, the old games, like the original PC games, like we're never going to see a game like that again. I understand that Duke Nukem Forever killed the franchise, but the idea that we can't get a decent Duke Nukem game is kind of, you know, ridiculous. And depending on how far back you want to go, I mean, my entire childhood was lost when Sierra got bought by EA because I can't get a King's Quest game. They did a new one. It's not the same. King's Quest is gone. Space Quest is gone. Police Quest is gone. All of that shit's just gone. I loved King's Quest as a child. Those games are so good. Eventually, they did bring out a collection of the old games, like they did the Castlevania collections and the Mega Man collections and all that other stuff. So they did put that on Steam. You can buy that, but it took 30 years. It took 30 years. And so much begging that it wasn't worth doing. Like, it's crazy time. So, again, the fault in all of this at the end, like, again, I hate the fact that Nintendo sells it back to us, but the fact that they still preserve their games is actually a good thing. That's the only caveat to the discussion. Moral of the story, your buying power actually has more power than you think. And if you really want to change the world, get enough people to agree with you about how you spend your money, and I guarantee you will change whatever it is that you want to change. You think that fast food sucks and that we should all move to farm fresh food. Stop going to McDonald's. They'll go out of business in a couple of years, and the farmers market that you go to, that you bring a million people to, will thrive. That's economics. That's business. Take it to whatever point you want to take it to. That's how you're going to get that done. You know why people don't buy watches anymore for the most part? Because cell phones took that over, and you bought cell phones instead of buying watches. You know why we use computers and not typewriters? Convenience, and one outsells the other one 80 billion to 1. Do you know why record players went away and then came back? But they went away and came back. This is how this works. This is what money does in the world. I hate money. It sucks. I wish that people would just do things for the right reason instead of for money. But if you need to get somebody to do something, you put a little money in the palms of the people that need to get it done. It'll get done. That's how it works. I don't care where you live in the world. That's how it works. So there you go. Your buying power actually means something. Shop responsibly. Send a message with your wallet, and you will see returns on that. You will. That's the moral. Everybody good with that? Can I come down off the soapbox now? I feel like I've been talking for a real long time. For those of you that missed it earlier, the suggestion for this, well, the idea I had is I said I was going to get my wife to get a black hat, and on the front of the hat, we're just going to put /S on it. That way, when I'm telling jokes and being sarcastic, people will know because I'm wearing the /S. And then when I'm on a soapbox ranting and raving like this, I can just wear my normal hat so people know it's legit. Or we find somebody to make a great animated graphic in the middle of the screen that says, Trisket does not mean any of this. Something like that. Because I've been pretty sarcastic tonight. Up until we started ranting and raving about this. Oh, man, I want to make one more point. Can I make one more point? I know I said I was going to get off my soapbox. You know who's the worst offender about this right now? Sony. Sony is pissing me off with this shit. I bought a game last year, but this year to have it on the new system, you need to make sure that you give me $30 extra for the thing you already bought, because we want to do upgrades instead of new games for things. And you know, all the I paid $30 for the upgrade to Ghost of Tsushima, even though I bought it a year ago. The guys who are doing like the free upgrades for that stuff for a limited time or whatever, like, I'm cool with that. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. But Sony's been all about that since the beginning. The Spider-Man upgrades. Do you really, like, they're not doing it Nintendo's way. They're doing it another bad way. They're doing it like the Bethesda way, I guess. Where, hey, we're releasing Skyrim again. It's full price. Maybe they're doing like the middle ground between those two. But Sony needs to figure out that their shit's not good enough to resell over and over again, I guess. Is that how that works? But no, I feel like all of these things kind of coincide and tie together. We've been talking about a lot of different stuff tonight. Let's remind ourselves of the Chuck factor. We talked about the Chuck factor. The Chuck factor is the thing that we had in common was my roommate Dana. He knew my roommate. I lived with my roommate. And instead of him coming up and asking me, you know, oh, how do you know Dana? Oh, you know, how long you guys been friends? You know, whatever else is. Instead, he walked right up to me and went, how much money do you make a year? I've got this wonderful business opportunity. If somebody can't talk to you about the things you have in common up front, they're probably either trying to sell you something or doing some other nefarious shit. That's the Chuck factor. We talked about that a little tonight. It's a good way to live your life. Talk about the things you have in common. The reason we were talking about that is because when you come to my channel, the thing that we all have in common, doesn't matter if you like PC games, doesn't matter if you like PlayStation games, doesn't matter if you're a Nintendo junkie. The thing we all have in common is we're gamers. So we're going to talk about that first and foremost. I don't care where you're at in the world or whatever else is going on. That's why we were talking about that. So we talked about the Chuck factor. We talked about the power of your spending. We talked about how great these Castlevania games are. God, they're fantastic. I'm so glad that they did this. Thank you, Konami. I appreciate it. What else did we talk about? We talked about lots of things tonight. Plan for tomorrow. It sounds like, okay, so for those of you that don't know, freaking Snowy, you know, Snowy who sits over here on the couch and, you know, sometimes does things, makes me play Silent Hill. Snowy quit his job. I'm breaking news right now. This just in. That's the that's the tapping for that. This just in, Snowy quit his job. He got another job, but he quit the one that he had, and he's in between them right now, so he has some time on his hands. And he told me that other than going to Hawaii, which he's going to do, and he's not going to where I went in Hawaii, good for him. He wants to play more Silent Hill games. So he said tomorrow at some point during the day, this is how I think it's going to work. You can see over there, there's a laptop computer on a little stand on the couch. I sit at that computer and that's where I work, typically. Sometimes I work over here, but most of the time I work over there. I'm going to be sitting at that computer doing my job tomorrow while he sits here and plays Silent Hill for y'all. He wants to get through Silent Hill Origins. That's his goal. And that's cool. That's what I believe the plan is for tomorrow. Whenever he shows up, I don't know when that's going to be. I'm hoping it's around like 2 or 3 my time. And then he wants to play more Silent Hill on top of that. After that, on Wednesday, I told him if he wants to come back during the day on Wednesday, he can. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll play Silent Hill on Wednesday. But Wednesday night, my mother's coming to town. For anybody who's been around the stream long enough and knows what that means, big thumbs up. She's coming in Wednesday night. I have to get her and drive her from, you know, one side of the planet to the other to where she's staying. So Wednesday night, there will probably not be a stream. There might be one in the afternoon, but probably not at night. And then Friday, is it Friday or is it Saturday? Saturday is my son's birthday. My son is turning 18 on Saturday. That's right. For those of you that don't know how old I am, you can do that math. Figure out a range. Mama Trisket on stream. Dude, you don't want that. You don't want... If I can make it happen, I'll make it happen, but you don't want that. I'm not wearing the /S hat. You don't want that. My mom, so let me tell you about my judgmental mother. The one who I mean, it's not that bad. It's bad, but it's not quite that bad. I mean, everybody has a mom, right? Like, everybody knows this. So my mom calls me up. She says, my plane's going to land at 9:30. It's going to be really late. Or she told me it was really, really late. And I'm like, what are we talking about really late? She said, my plane will be there at 9:30 p.m. I was like, 9:30? She's like, yeah. I was like, Mom, I stay up until sometime between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. like every day. Like, at what point do you think that's late? And she went, you stay up that late? Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Like, why don't you sleep? Like, why aren't you like everybody else? Like, why can't you just be? And I'm like, Mom, I'm 42 years old. I sleep when I want. I do what I want. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, I hadn't talked to her in a while, but that was the conversation we had. I'm like, I'm 42. You're like, leave me fucking be. I've been doing this for 15 years. Like, what? I'm a night person. That's how it goes. Not my mom. You're still playing those video games? I thought that... She once told me, she said that the worst thing that ever happened to her children was that her parents, my grandparents, bought us an 8-bit Nintendo. She told me that that was the worst thing that ever happened to us. If they hadn't bought you that damn Nintendo... What, Mom? What? I would have been an outcast as a child and hated by everyone else for not fitting in, for not having a Nintendo. That's the outcome of... I don't know what would have been the difference. Like, I don't get it. I would have played one at a friend's house instead. Come on, I mean... But no, she told me that once. You want me to bring that person? You want that person on the stream? That's what you want? All right, I'll ask her. We'll see. But my son's birthday's on Saturday. Metroid comes out on Friday. My son's picking up his copy of Metroid that day. We are working with the powers that be, our connections and friends that we have, to try and get the amiibos for Metroid. We're working on that. He really wants that. And we'll probably be doing something, throughout the weekend as she's in town. So the streams are going to be spotty. The best way to find out if I'm going to be on and what's going on is to join the Discord. If you haven't joined the community Discord yet, the old one blew up. The new one is there. You can click on the link underneath the Twitch channel and you can see when that's there. Anyone who watches movies shouldn't say anything against those who play video games. Well, the hypocrisy is real in the case of my... Yeah, I'll leave it there. But yeah, if you join the Discord, you can come and talk to us in the pickup channel. That's my favorite channel to be in right now. Every time I pick up something cool or new, we take pictures of it, show it off. I think the last pickup I put in there was a copy of Metroid Samus Returns. I got on the 3DS. Before that, it was Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. If you pick up some games and you just want to show it to some people who appreciate that people like video games and want to share what they got, join the Discord, be a part of that channel. If not there, you can just come and chat in general. But yeah, the old one blew up. It's gone, but there's a new one. So there you go. But yeah, I usually post in there first if I'm streaming or whatever else it is that's going on. Sometimes it's not a lot of notice. I don't think I gave any notice tonight. I didn't actually think I was going to stream, period, let alone this long. But we finished the game. That's what's important. Castlevania Circle of the Moon is done. Metroid, Super Metroid, I finished yesterday. The day before that, I didn't stream on Saturday, but on Friday night, I beat Metroid Zero Mission. So we're playing Metroid, preparing for the release of Metroid 5 on Friday. And again, it depends on what the schedule looks like as to whether or not I'll be playing that right away. I would like to, but I can't promise that with my mother in town. So when that's going on, we'll get through the next couple of days as best we can. And then after that, I got about a week of downtime. And then I'm actually going to go to Las Vegas. So I'm going to go visit friends. I'm going to go do things. Last time I was in Las Vegas, I think I got like 1 or 2 streams in. But, it depends on what they're doing and what we got going on. I might stream a game. I might take my computer to do that. I might not do any of that stuff and just do IRL streams on my phone as I walk up and down the strip on a selfie stick, making ridiculous hand gestures at stupid people. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I don't think that's going to be the case at all. But I'm from Las Vegas, for those of you that don't know. Las Vegas, Nevada, born and raised about 15 miles from the strip in downtown. Maybe 20. I grew up there, so for me, going back to Las Vegas, I don't go back and do the tourist things. I don't go to the casinos. I don't walk up and down the strip. I don't do this stuff. I go to the places where my friends are. I go to the places that I like to hang out and eat when I was in high school, and play, you know, things I like to see and we used to do for fun when I was down there, and see people I hadn't seen, you know, in a while. My best friend's down there, so we go down and hang out with his family constantly. It's a lot like being here, just in a different place. So for me, it feels like home. Gives me a chance to unplug and feel good about what's going on. I'm a lot happier when I'm down there too. Like, people tell me that they see like a visible like change in me. Like, I look happier. So I've needed to go down there and kind of unplug for a while. So I'm glad I'm going to get a chance to do that. So that's what's up and coming. That's the plan for the stream and the schedule and everything else that goes with it. Hopefully you'll be here. If you'd like to find your way back, we are streaming tonight, multi-platform on the YouTubes, the Facebricks, and the Twitches. You can find the links in the Discord to all of those places. Again, part of the reason that that's happening is because Twitch's mobile app sucks. Just want to put that out there. So if people want to watch it on their phones, or you want to get options to, you know, watch it in different ways and whatnot, you got those options now. You can join up on any of those things. However, when Facebook goes down for days at a time, I can't stream to Facebook. I thought that was going to be the case this afternoon. I seriously was concerned for all of humanity. I was like, if you don't have somebody on Facebook telling you what to think, how are you going to get through your day? If you're under the age of 24, how are you going to get through your day? You got to have somebody telling you this shit. That's not true, by the way. And I know most of you don't do that. My favorite tweet I saw today, by the way, we'll end on this for tonight. My favorite tweet I saw today was, if Facebook and Instagram went away, it wouldn't affect my life. But if WhatsApp doesn't come back, I'm going to lose my shit. And I'm like, you know, whatever attachment you feel to any of those unholy trinity applications is probably bad. And you shouldn't say stuff like that. I'm just saying. If they went away, I'm sure there'd be something else to pop up and take its place. TikTok. There you go. I'm going to go live my dream. I'm going to get off the stream now. I'm going to go brainstorm how to become a TikToker. And I'll let you know how that goes when we come back for the next stream. So I'm Trisket109. I'm going to get out of here for tonight. Thank you, everybody who has hung out, conversated. That's not a word, or it's a mispronounced word. Conversed. Anybody who's participated, everybody who hung out and watched, everybody who cheered on when I was fighting Dracula, that was a good time. We beat a game. That's the highest form of whatever we can do on my stream. Beat a game. It's done. I'm going to get out of here for tonight and go brainstorm that TikTok thing. I'll let you know how it goes. Come on back and see us for the next one, and we'll see you then.
Game over, man. It's game over.